Yeah. So just those people who are on live, please give me one quick confirmation, guys. Is everything okay? The stream and all is perfectly fine or not? So just give me one quick confirmation. Mhm. Is my audio, video, is everything fine? Okay, perfect. Yes. So as I was saying, we have successfully completed 2 days of our marathon. So now we are proceeding into day three. So in this day three of the marathon, we are going to mainly concentrate on two chapters. So today I'm going to take up this professional ethics. Today we will try to cover two chapters as a part of our revision. One is quality control. This chapter we will try to revise. So once we are done with the quality control chapter, which is actually a small chapter, in a very short span of time we can complete it. So once we have completed this quality control related revision, then we will start revising the chapter of professional ethics. So then we will do professional ethics. So today we are going to do even the professional ethics also, which is very important chapter from the examination perspective, and also which is going to carry a good weightage in the examination. Okay, so these two chapters will be our agenda for today. We'll try to do quality control. Along with that, we will also try to do the professional ethics, both simultaneously we will do it, right? Now, having said that, so let me start my revision with the quality control chapter. So let us try to understand, let us try to revise the content from quality control chapter. So you all are well aware in your institute study material, this chapter itself is going to be the first chapter. It will be chapter number 1 actually, if you look at the study material. So first and foremost chapter itself is going to be quality control. So the name itself says, the name itself is telling you what exactly we are going to discuss in this chapter. See, this chapter is going to give you guidance to you chartered accountants, how you can maintain the quality, how you can control the quality in the engagements which we are doing. So as you all are aware, we chartered accountants have a responsible position in the society. Depending on our work, so many people are going to base their decisions. We all are well aware of it, right? So we give our opinions on the financial statements. On the basis of that, people will form their decisions. Then we will do various other kinds of engagements. So whatever work we are doing, whatever reports we are giving, on the basis of that work, on the basis of reports, so many people are going to base their decision, not their normal decision, their financial and economic decisions they are going to base on the basis of work whatever we do, right? So that's why there is 100% need for maintaining the quality in the engagements. So if we don't maintain the quality in the engagements, what will happen is people will start losing the trust on our profession. People will start not believing in the opinions which we give. So that's why 100% maintenance of quality is very important, and ICAI is giving the guidance to us in how to maintain that quality, how to control that quality in the engagements which we are doing, so that our work becomes qualitative and people will have confidence in our work. And for the purpose of that quality control, in order to give that guidance on the quality control, ICAI has released two kinds of standards. One is SQC1 and other one is SA220. So we have two standards which are talking about quality control, how to control the quality in the engagements. To talk about it, so they have given, ICAI has given two standards. One is SQC1 and other one is SA220. So first we have to be clear when SQC1 will become applicable, when SA220 will become applicable. How do they differ from each other? Sir, why for maintaining quality we need two different standards? So first we have to be clear about the differentiation here. So guys, as I was saying in the previous session, being a chartered accountant, we perform various kinds of engagements. Yes or no? So now I will take a few minutes of time to make you understand what and all are the different kinds of engagements we do. So we all are aware that we are going to conduct audit of financial statements. So in the audit of financial statements, as a part of engagement of audit of financial statements, we are going to conduct a reasonable assurance engagement, that too of historical financial information. So whatever historical financial information is there, whatever information which has already happened in the past, so that historical financial information, we try to obtain the reasonable assurance and express the opinion. That is one engagement which we call it as audit. And sometimes we chartered accountants will be called upon to do something called review of historical financial information. Sometimes we chartered accountants required to do the engagement where we are not supposed to do the audit, we are supposed to do something called review. See, difference between audit and review is audit is a reasonable assurance engagement and review is a limited assurance engagement. Review is a what? Limited assurance engagement, like quarterly review of the listed companies, quarterly review of financial statements of the listed companies. So like that, these are the review engagements. And sometimes being a chartered accountant, we will not just only be associated with historical financial information. Sometimes we do the engagements in which we are working on, in which our subject matter is other than historical financial information. In which our subject matter is what? Other than historical financial information. When I say other than historical financial information, it could be prospective financial information. That means it could be a future financial information, or sometimes we are all together required to do the work on non-financial information, like reporting on the internal controls and all. So like this, sometimes we are required to do some engagement where the subject matter is not historical financial information, where the subject matter is other than historical financial information. Okay. So, and not just that, there are various other engagements. See, in all the verification, in all these engagements, in audit, review, in other than historical financial information, we are doing the verification work. But we might not be doing only verification work. Sometimes the client might ask us to perform some agreed upon procedures. Not verification. Sometimes the client might appoint chartered accountant to do some agreed upon procedures, like compiling the financial statements or doing some other kind of services where verification will not involve, where we agree to perform some procedures. So that services we call them as related services. That services we call them as what? Related services. So being a chartered accountant, we perform various kinds of engagements. We do audit, we do review engagements, we perform work on other than historical financial information, and we do related services. So whenever we are doing audit engagements, their standards on audit, SAS, will become applicable. Whenever we are doing review engagement, then we have separate category of standards called SRE, standards on review engagements, will become applicable. When we are doing any work other than historical financial information, then there will be a series of standards called SAE, standards on assurance engagement, will become applicable. Whenever we are doing related services, then there will be a standard called SRS. These standards will become applicable. So multiple engagements, depending on the nature of the engagement which you are doing, the standard is going to differ. So whatever it is, for every kind of engagement, we have guidance in the form of standards addressing the concerned matters. Standards addressing concerned matters. Now, don't you think in any engagement we are doing, not just audit, either we are doing audit, either we are doing review, or we are associated with other than historical financial information, or we are doing related services, no matter whatever engagement we are doing, be it audit, be it review, be it other than historical information, be it related services, don't you think there is a need for maintaining quality in all the engagements which we do? 100% yes. In all the engagements, we are required to maintain the quality. And how to maintain the quality in all the engagements, that guidance is given under SQC1. So SQC1 is the standard which is talking about how to maintain the quality control in all kinds of engagements, be it audit, be it review, be it other than financial information, be it related services. For all engagements, how to maintain the quality, that SQC1 is giving guidance. So we call it as this standard is applicable at the firm level. At overall firm level, this standard will provide the guidance. Able to understand? Whereas now this is a SQC1 is a comprehensive standard giving guidance on quality control on various engagements. From this, a standard has been carved out, which we call it as SA220. Sometime from this entire dedicated SQC1, a carve out has happened. That means a portion has been extracted, and they have given it a name called SA220. And how does SQC1, how does SA220 differ from SQC1 is, SA220 is also going to talk about quality control, but this only talks about how to maintain the quality control in the audit engagements. It only talks about how to control the quality at the audit engagements only. And this is a standard which will deal about the quality control at the engagement level. For each engagement, it will give the guidance, whereas SQC1 is a standard which is going to give the guidance on maintaining quality at the firm level. Able to understand? So these are the main differences between SQC1 and SA220. SQC1 is applicable for all engagements. It is applicable at the firm level, whereas SA220 is applicable only for maintaining audit quality control of audit engagements, and whereas it is applicable at the engagement level. But frankly speaking, SA220 has been built completely in line with SQC1. SA220 has been developed completely on the basis of SQC1. Able to understand, everyone? Now, so we will try to cover how to maintain, what guidance SQC1 says in order to maintain the quality in all kinds of engagements, and what guidance SA220 gives in order to maintain the quality control in all the engagements. So both the standards we will be covering, right? So first we will talk about SQC1. So what SQC1 says is, yes, as a chartered accountant, whenever you are doing any engagement, you need to maintain the quality control. And what SQC1 says is, in order to maintain the quality in all the engagements which we are doing, we need to have some policies and procedures. What does SQC1 say? Yes, we need to maintain the quality in all kind of engagements which we are doing. But how to maintain that quality, what does the standard says is, to maintain that quality in the engagements, in every engagement, be it audit review, be it prospective financial information, be it related services, in order to maintain that quality, how we can maintain the quality is, the standard says you need to follow some policies and procedures in 6 different areas. What does SQC1 say? In order to maintain the quality control, you need to follow some policies and procedures. In how many areas you are required to follow that policies and procedures? In 6 areas you are required to follow that policies and procedures. So what are that 6 areas in which you are required to follow some policies and procedures? So as you could see here, the list has been given here. Number 1, leadership responsibility for quality within the firm and ethical requirements. Number 3, acceptance and continuation of client relationships and specific engagements. In the area of human resources, you need to have some policies and procedures. And when you are performing during the stage of engagement performance, you need to have some policies and procedures. And even these policies and procedures should be monitored. For monitoring also, we need to have some policies and procedures. So these are the 6 different areas where you need to maintain the quality, where you need to have policies and procedures to maintain the quality control. So what are that 6 areas? Number 1, leadership responsibilities, ethical requirements, acceptance and continuation of client relationship, human resources, engagement performance, and finally you have to do the monitoring as well. So now let us try to understand in each of this area what kind of responsibility, what kind of policies should be there. So we will address the first item, which is leadership responsibility for quality within the firm. See, as a firm, if you want to maintain the quality in all the engagements which you are doing, you cannot call all your staff and say, hey, from today, each and every one of you will be responsible for maintaining the quality. You can't give collective responsibility to everybody. So if you want to make sure that quality in the engagements will be assured, then you have to make someone a leader in the firm, and that person should take that leadership responsibility. That person should come forward and take the leadership responsibility, saying that I will make sure that my entire firm will maintain the quality in all the engagements which we are doing. So someone should come forward in the firm to take up the leadership responsibility for maintaining the quality in the engagement. And who is that someone who has to come forward in the firm to take the leadership responsibility? So SQC1 says that generally it is the CEO or the managing partners of the company, managing partners of the firm, who has to come forward and they have to assume the ultimate responsibility. So they have to come forward and take the leadership responsibility. So who is that person who has to come forward and take the leadership responsibility? CEO or managing partners. And these people should always try to promote an internal culture. A good internal culture is required in the organization. Why? Because if you ignore the aspect on the culture, see, if there is no good culture in the firm, no matter how much effort you put, quality will not be ensured. So that's why they should work on promoting a good and internal culture. And also this leadership responsibility, by undertaking that leadership responsibility, they will contribute towards that creation of the inner culture. And not just that, people to whom you are assigning the task, those people should have sufficient and appropriate experience. So to whomever you are assigning, so as a CEO or managing partner, you will take the leadership responsibility, but you will not execute that activities. No, operational responsibilities you will execute your staff. So to those persons to whom you are assigning the responsibilities, even those people also should have sufficient and appropriate expertise. And at all stages, you have to make sure that as a CEO or managing partner, at all stages, you have to make sure that audit quality is paramount. It is very, very important and it is non-negotiable. And what else you can do to maintain that leadership responsibility is you have to make sure that your responsibilities are, your commercial considerations are not overriding the quality. So when you are doing the audit, you must make sure that quality is your top priority, not the commercial consideration. That means you should not compromise on the quality because of the commercial consideration. Might be tomorrow client might come and say, if you found out a material misstatement, but if you don't give modified opinion, I will give you 10 lakh rupees of fees extra. So here commercial consideration should not override the quality, should always stick with the quality. So quality should prevail over commercial considerations. And also you should have some HR policies like performance evaluation, compensation, promotion. So all this should be in line with the commitment to quality. That means you should promote only those people who are committing to the quality. You should give more compensation to the people who are committing to the quality. And the firm should devote sufficient resources for development, documentation, and even support of its quality control policies. See, for this quality control measures and all, you need to have a separate people assigning this task. It should not be treated like some miscellaneous activity. You need to treat it as a separate activity and assign the people with the responsibilities to develop these policies, to document these policies, to deploy these policies. You need to treat it as a separate function within the firm. So like this, someone should come forward and take the leadership responsibility for promoting an internal culture. So who should be that appropriate person? CEO or managing partners. So first aspect we have covered, what policies and procedures we need to have in the area of leadership responsibilities. Now comes the second one, ethical requirements. So we all are aware, whenever we are doing any engagement, we are required to comply with the 5 ethical requirements. What are the 5 ethical requirements? Integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and the professional behavior. In the next chapter, which we will pick for revision, that is in the professional ethics, we'll try to get the more clarity on this. But we have to remember this, whenever we are doing any engagements, be it audit, be it review, be it related services, be it assurance engagements, whatever engagements we are doing, it is always, we always have the responsibility to comply with 5 ethical requirements: integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and the professional behavior. And this fundamental principle should be always highlighted. Emphasized means what? They should be always highlighted by way of actions of the leadership of the firm. Through their actions, they have to show that, they have to demonstrate that leadership, they have to demonstrate that fundamental principles are very important. They have to spread the awareness and training. They have to train their staff, giving them education on the fundamental principles. And not just training, you have to monitor whether really people are complying with that fundamental principles or not. And even you should train them how to deal with the non-compliances. So in case if any non-compliance happen, like for example, if you face any threat, what actions you have to take, which we will see in the next chapter, professional ethics. So we have to emphasize them. And not just that, one of the most important aspect which we should not ignore, wherever we are giving an assurance in all that engagements, the importance is independence. Auditor or chartered accountant should maintain independence. He should be free from bias. He should not change his decision according to the wishes and directions of other person. So in the area of independence, what you should do is, so who and all should comply with the independence requirement is, the firm should comply with independence requirements, its personnel should comply with independence requirements. If the firm is taking the help of any experts, even the experts also should comply with the independence requirements. The firm, its personnel, and the experts whose assistance the firm is taking in supplying, in providing that assurance services, in all, each and every one of them should comply with the independence requirements. And what policies you need to have regarding independence? Like for example, first one, you need to communicate the independence requirements to all your staff. You have to let them know how important it is to remain independent. And you need to identify the circumstances and relationships that create a threat to independence. There will be 5 kinds of threat to independence. We need to understand, we need to identify, are there any relationships, are there any circumstances which create any threat to the independence? If identified, you should take appropriate action to eliminate them or reduce them to an acceptably low level. If you are unable to eliminate them, if you are unable to reduce that threats to an acceptably low level, you don't have any other option. You have to withdraw from the engagement. Understood? And not just that, in the firm, there should be a mechanism where if any of the engagement team member is facing any trouble regarding his independence, he should come and communicate with engagement partners to the firm or the firm. So if anybody faces any threat to independence, they should not suppress it. They have to come and expressively communicate it to engagement team or engagement partner or the senior management of the firm. Such a mechanism should be there. And all breaches of independence should be promptly notified on time. If any breach of independence has happened, that should be communicated, that should be brought to the notice. And at least annually, this point is very important, at least once in every year, you should obtain written confirmation from all the staff in your office that they have complied with the independence policies and procedures. At least annually, at least once in a year, you have to get that written confirmation from your staff. And especially main focus, you have to keep it on the familiarity threat. So what is this familiarity threat? Over a period of time, you develop long relationship because of the personal association with the client. You become familiar with the client, because of which your independence can get compromised. So you have to pay more attention for the familiarity threat, especially whether familiarity threat is there or not. That derives even more attention depending on nature of the engagement. Like if it is a public interest company, like if it is a listed company, their familiarity threat should not be encouraged at all. And also it depends on length of the service, how long you are continuing as an auditor of the company. That's why under Companies Act, we have the provisions of the rotation, where a firm or individual should not be allowed for reappointment after rendering certain years of service. So to protect that familiarity threat only, we have all that norms there. So like this, we have to comply with ethical requirements also. These are policies we should have in the area of ethical requirements. Now, the third aspect in which we need to have policies and procedures to maintain the quality control is in the area of acceptance and continuation of client relationship. Where in the area of acceptance and continuation of client relationship also, you need to have some policies and procedures. See, before, whenever a client approaches us, say for example, you are a practicing chartered accountant, if a client is approaching you and asking you to do the engagement, any engagement, be it audit engagement, be it review engagement, be it other than historical financial information, be it related services, if a client is approaching you and asking you to do some engagement, you are required to take a decision whether to accept that client relationship or whether to continue the client relationship. Sometimes you need to take a decision whether to accept the client relationship. Sometimes you need to take a decision whether to continue the client relationship or not. So first we should become clear when we will take a decision regarding accepting the client relationship, when we will take a decision regarding continuation of the client relationship. Very simple, my dear students. Say for example, if altogether a new client is coming to you, a client whom you don't have any interaction with, for the first time a new client is coming to you and asking you to do some engagement, then we will take a decision whether to accept that client relationship or not. Sometimes what will happen is existing client only, the client whom you are already working with or whom you have already worked with. So sometimes existing client only, he will approach you, but he will ask you to do new engagement. The client is coming to you and asking you to do new engagement. Like for example, last year I have did the audit engagement for him. Current year he is coming to me and asking me to do the review engagement. Same client. So existing client only, but he is approaching me with a new engagement. Now I have to take a decision whether to accept that new client relationship or not, new engagement relationship or not. Sometimes existing client will approach you asking you to do some existing engagement only. Like for example, last year 23-24 for one client I have done the audit engagement. For the same year, for the 24-25, for the next year, the same client is coming to me and asking me to do the audit engagement once again. So existing client only and existing engagement only, he is coming to me and asking me to do the engagement, then I have to take a decision whether to continue the client relationship or not. So whenever a client is approaching you and asking you to do some engagement for him, at various places you have to take a decision. In some places you have to take a decision regarding accepting the client relationship. In some places you have to take the decision regarding continuing the client relationship. Now, before you say yes to the client relationship, before you either accept the client relationship or before you say yes to continue the client relationship, you have to consider some factors. SQC 1 says in the area of acceptance and continuation of client relationship, before you accept or take a decision to continue the client relationship, that decision has to be taken on the basis of some on the basis of some information, on the basis of some factors. Which factors you have to consider? Like as you see here, integrity of the client, whether your client's top level management, whether your clients are promoters, whether your clients are those charged with governance, are they having integrity? Are they honest people or dishonest people? You need to check your own competence, not the management's competence. You have to check your competence as a chartered accountant. Are you having enough of time and resources to complete your engagement? And the third one, you need to check whether you will be able to comply with the ethical requirements. These three things you need to check before you accept or continue the client relationship as per SQC1. So tell me, what are the three matters which we will consider? Number one, integrity of the management and top level owners of your client. Number two, whether your capability, whether as a chartered accountant or as a firm, you have the capability to complete the engagement, that we call it as competence. And finally, whether you will be able to comply with the ethical requirements. Now, you will get a doubt, sir, how will I get to know? You are asking me to consider integrity. No, how will I get to know whether my clients and top level management are having integrity or not? So what matters I will consider to determine my client is having integrity or not? So here they have given a list like their reputation. What is the reputation your client is enjoying? What is the nature of client's operations? See, so for example, if your client is into real estate sector, so the nature of the business itself might be there, many of the people might not have integrity. So like that, it depends on nature of client's operation. It depends on their attitude, what kind of attitude they are having towards auditor or towards the financial statements, towards the business, and whether they are aggressively concerned with maintaining firm's fee as low as possible. They are always concentrating on keeping your fees as low as possible. That is not a good attitude, which doesn't show their integrity. And are they putting any limitation in the scope of your work? Is there any indication they are involved in money laundering transactions? Or have you been replaced by, are you the person who is replacing the other auditor? If yes, why the previous auditor has been removed? So if you look at these factors, then you will get to know whether the client is having integrity or not. So SQC1 says before accepting the client relationship, you need to check integrity, and SQC1 is giving guidance how you can decide whether your client is having integrity or not. So these are factors you can consider. And not just that, second factor, they are asking me to check the competence, whether am I capable. If a client is asking me to do some engagement, I need to evaluate, am I in a position to complete that engagement? Am I capable person to that? Sir, how can I determine what factors I will consider to determine whether I am competent or not? So here they have given that factors which you need to consider. Do I have the knowledge of that industry, that specific industry which client has approached me? Do I have knowledge of that industry? Do I have experience with that regulatory or reporting requirements? Did I work with that? Did I work in that kind of regulatory environment in the past? Do I have necessary capabilities and competence? That means I have sufficient personnel. Do I have enough of resources, enough of staff? Do I have experts if needed? Are they available with me? And also individuals meeting eligibility requirements to perform engagement quality control review. So in a short while we will see in some cases in listed companies I will have to do something called engagement quality control review. If I am saying yes to the audit of a listed company, do I have resources to conduct engagement quality control review? And also whether firm is able to complete the engagement within the reporting deadline. Will we be able to complete the engagement within the deadline? So these are the matters which we need to evaluate before we accept our engagement. So integrity we have to check, competence we have to check. These matters we have to check for determining integrity. These matters we have to check for determining the competence of the engagement team. And if at all any conflicts are there, between the firm and the client, before accepting the engagement only, if there is a conflict, try to resolve it. Only after resolving you accept the engagement. Sometimes what will happen is you will come into conflict after you have accepted the engagement. See, before you have said yes to the engagement only, if conflict is happening, we will try to resolve it and then we will decide whether we will accept or not. Sometimes what will happen is at the time when we have accepted the engagement, we don't have any conflict. But after we have accepted the engagement, then a conflict has come. Then some disturbances have come between the firm and the client. Then what we should do? So if possible, try to resolve it at that point of time. If you are unable to resolve it, then you determine, is it possible for you to withdraw from the engagement, and is it permissible for you to withdraw from the engagement? Yes, it is possible to withdraw, and it is also permissible to withdraw from the engagement. But fulfill your professional responsibilities before you withdraw from the engagement. So this is what we are already aware of it. The same thing they will try to say here. Next one. Yeah, so once again this is the same point, withdrawal from the engagement. So if you are withdrawing from the engagement, or if you are withdrawing from the client relationship altogether, as I have told, communicate with the appropriate level of management and those charged with governance, because of what reasons you are facing, and check whether they can resolve it. In case if they are not able to resolve it, and if you feel it as appropriate to withdraw from the engagement, but let them know the reasons why you are withdrawing. And also determine whether there is any legal or professional responsibility to communicate regarding your withdrawal to regulatory authorities. Like in the case of a company, if I am withdrawing, if I am resigning from the company, I am required to file form ADT3 with the client. So ADT3 with the MCA, regulatory authority. So check whether any such professional responsibilities are there to communicate with the regulatory authorities. And even all the issues you document, what issues you have faced, what consultations you have taken, what conclusions you have reached, everything you have to document it. So these are the policies and principles which I need to have in the area of acceptance and continuation of the client engagements. Next one. So 3 areas we have covered. What policies and procedures should be there in 3 areas we have covered. Totally how many areas we have? 6 areas we have. Out of that 3 we have covered. What are the 3? Number 1, leadership responsibility for maintaining the quality within the firm. Number 2, ethical requirements. Number 3, acceptance and continuation of client relationship and specific engagements. Now comes the 4th area where you need to have policies and procedures, which is human resources. So in the area of human resources, in the area of your HR department, so basically the way you deal with your personnel, there also you need to have some policies and procedures. Sir, in which areas, when I say HR, in what areas I need to have policies? Like at the time of recruitment, you need to have some policies and procedures. At the time of offering them, deciding their compensation, deciding their salaries and packages, then you need to have some policies. You have to train them, not just recruiting and allocating them the work, give them enough of training. Career development, once they have joined with you, you should show them some opportunities for their career development. And even whether they are working properly or not, you have to evaluate their performance also. Performance evaluation also, you are required to do it. Okay. right? So there should be there should be emphasis on continuing professional development, not at just one point of time you have given the training and ignored it. On a continuous basis, you have to you have to make the development of the profession. And also you have to assign responsibility for each engagement to an engagement partner. For every engagement there should be one dedicated engagement partner should be there. and and you have to identify what is the role of the engagement partner. You have to determine whether he is having appropriate capabilities, competence and authority. So just like that, to anybody, to the article, an article assistant, you can't make an engagement partner. So you have to make an engagement partner who is having competence, capability and who is having that authority. And responsibilities of the engagement are clearly communicated to that partner. Boss, if I am making you an engagement partner, these are all your responsibilities. You have to make them very clear about it. Next one. So engagement team also, you should make sure that they have necessary skill and competence, and there are suitable people are available, and also groom them for their role. So like this, in the area of your HR department also, you need to have some policies and procedures. Now comes the fifth area where you need to have policies and procedures: engagement performance. When the engagement is actually getting performed, any engagement, be it audit, be it review, be it assurance, when any engagement is getting actually performed, at the actual performance stage of the engagement also, you need to have some policies. Which policies, sir? Like as you could see here, you need to give a briefing of the engagement team. Very important. Just like that, you can't ask the engagement team to jump and do the audit. You have to give them a briefing. Sir, what matters I have to brief? You have to tell them what is the objectives of this engagement. Tell them the processes, how they can comply with the standards. Don't just tell them we have to comply with standards. Tell them how they can comply with the standards, what process they can follow. And tell them processes for supervision and training, how you are going to supervise them, how you are going to train them, let them know. And how to review the performance, and even give them instructions for documentation, what kind of documentation they have to maintain. So before you start the engagement, have an engagement team discussion, and let your engagement team members know that what are the objectives, what is expected from them, how they can comply with the standards, what documentation they have to maintain. Give a brief meeting there. Next, if you have any difficult or contentious matters, see, sometimes what will happen is when we do some engagements, there will be some difficult matters. Like for example, I am doing audit of some entity. That entity is going through one big complicated legal case. So there it is a difficult matter. Even we are unable to judge it. Management is not in a position to judge the outcome of that litigation. Even as an auditor, I am not an expert. So I am also pretty confused whether that litigation should be shown as a contingent liability or as a provision. Very difficult matter, complicated case. So here what I should do, if there is any internal expert available, some big audit firms, they will have their internal experts who are lawyers. I will try to get the consultation with them. In case if I don't have internal experts, even you can go for the external experts, advisory services also you can get it. So whatever it is, if there is any difficult or contentious matters, you should get the proper consultation regarding it. If internally experts are available, get the internal consultation. If internally resources are not available, get the consultation from the external parties. Whatever it is, in the difficult or contentious matters, get the consultation. And there is one process called engagement quality control review. There is a process called what? Engagement quality control review. And this engagement quality control review is mandatory for conducting audit of financial statements of listed companies. In other cases, it is optional, but while conducting audit of listed companies, the process called engagement quality control review is mandatory. Sir, what is this engagement quality control review? If I put it in simple terms, see, engagement team will be there, right? Now, this engagement team is conducting audit of the client X Limited. Now they have done all the audit procedures, they have gathered all the evidence, they have formed the conclusion also. But they are about to express the opinion. They have done all the audit procedures, they have made all the judgments, they have gathered evidence, they have formed the conclusions, but they did not express the opinion yet. Just before they express the opinion, after they have done all the work, but before they express the opinion, a person called, some person should come and verify whether this engagement team has done the work properly. And he will evaluate whether this engagement team has done all the judgments, whatever judgments they have done during the course of the audit, are they appropriate or not. Before expression of the opinion, someone has to come and review the significant judgments made in the engagement. When? Not after you have expressed the opinion, before you are expressing the opinion. Once you are done with all your work, just before you express the opinion, a qualified person should come and verify the engagements, whatever this judgments, whatever this engagement team has done. That process we call it as engagement quality control review. And this engagement quality control review generally will not be a part of the engagement team. A person who is not a part of the engagement team, such person should come and conduct the engagement quality control review process. Like for example, a partner who is not engaged in this engagement team. So say for example, there is a firm ABC and Co. 3 partners are there. Out of these 3 partners, Mr. A is the engagement partner and some engagement team. So they are doing the audit of the client X Limited. Now, once this entire engagement has been done, just before expression of opinion, Mr. B, another partner who is not a part of the engagement team, he can come and do the engagement quality control review. And this is mandatory. This process must be done in the case of a listed company audit of financial statements. In other cases, it is up to the auditor's choice. And even SEBI regulations say that in the case of listed company, the person whoever is conducting engagement quality control review, that person must be a person who is eligible to act as auditor of a company. That means engagement quality control review should be done by another practicing chartered accountant. This SEBI regulations says. This SEBI regulation says it. Clear? And this is what this paragraph says, engagement quality control review. And sir, you are telling in the case of listed companies, engagement quality control review is mandatory, no? And even in the SEBI regulations, they have told what matters exactly engagement quality control reviewer should check in the audit of listed companies. So SEBI regulations did not just say that in the case of audit of listed companies, engagement quality control review should happen. They have even mentioned that what exact matters are required to be reviewed by engagement quality control reviewer. So what matters exactly the engagement quality control reviewer will verify in the audit of listed companies, like as you could see here, how engagement team has evaluated independence. That means whether engagement team has complied with the independence requirements or not. He will check. Significant risk, what significant risk engagement team has identified and how they have responded to it. He will check the significant judgments made, judgment regarding sufficiency, judgment regarding appropriateness, judgment regarding sample size. So what judgments they have made, that he will verify. Where appropriate consultation has been taken, just in the previous point I have told, if there is any difficult or contentious matter, you have to take the consultation. So engagement quality control reviewer will come and check, did this engagement team face any difficult or contentious matter? If yes, did they get the appropriate consultation? And significance and disposition of corrected and uncorrected misstatements, how the engagement team has dealt with corrected and uncorrected misstatements. And also, have they fulfilled all the communication requirements to the management and those charged with governance? Like yesterday, we have discussed SA 260, communication with those charged with governance. There are various matters which are required to be communicated with those charged with governance, whether engagement team has complied with all the communication requirements. Next, did they maintain proper working papers? Is every information, whatever work they have done, whatever procedures they have performed, whatever evidence they have gathered, is everything included in the working papers? And also, whatever report finally they are about to give, is that report appropriate or not? So this is very important, guys. This paragraph they have asked it for multiple times in the examination. What matters exactly engagement quality control reviewer will verify in the audit of the listed companies. Very important. Next, difference of opinion. Now, what they say here is, one main point they say here. See, sometimes differences of opinion will come between the members of the engagement team. Differences will come between the client and the auditor. Differences will come between the engagement team and the experts. Differences will come. So whatever it is, if there are any such differences, those differences should be resolved properly. Those differences should be settled down. But some cases, what will happen is there will be a difference of opinion between engagement quality control reviewer and engagement partner. There will be sometimes differences between engagement quality control reviewer and engagement partner. See, there also what will happen is both should come to one common conclusion. If there is any differences between engagement quality control reviewer and engagement partner, they should also try to resolve the matter. But sometimes what will happen is engagement quality controller is giving some suggestion. Engagement quality control says this is not something which they have to do. He has given some suggestion, but engagement partner is not following it. If there is a difference between engagement quality control reviewer and engagement partner, and if the issue is not sorted out according to the satisfaction of the engagement quality control reviewer, then that means both are not coming to one common conclusion. Both are disagreeing. They are not arriving at the common conclusion. Then what they should do is they should settle that matter as per the policy set by the firm. Generally firms will have policies. Like for example, in this firm they have a policy that if engagement quality control reviewer and engagement partner, if both are not arriving at one common conclusion, they have to go to so and so chartered accountant, senior chartered accountant, whatever he says, that will be final. So like that they have set one policy. That policy they should have followed. So very, very important here, this point also for MCQs and all. So if you see here, let us see this point. If recommendations of engagement quality control reviewer are not accepted by the engagement partner, engagement quality control reviewer is giving some recommendations, but those recommendations are not accepted by engagement partner and the matter is not resolved to reviewer satisfaction. That means reviewer is not getting satisfied. Engagement partner says, no, I will not follow that recommendations. Then it should be resolved by following established procedures of the firm, like by consulting with another practitioner or firm or professional or regulatory authority. So every firm will have some kind of policy to resolve matter in these cases. That policy should have been followed. And finally, documentation they have to maintain. The time when the engagement is getting performed, you need to maintain documentation. So you have to assemble that audit file and all. If it is the audit engagement, you have to assemble that within 60 days from the date of auditor's report. And if it is any other engagement, as per the requirement of that engagement, you have to assemble it. But in case of audit, SQC 1 says within 60 days from the date of auditor's report, you have to prepare the audit file. So if you are giving multiple audit reports on the same set of financial statements, audit documentation should be kept separately for both the engagements. Sometimes what will happen is for the same financial statements, you will do 2 audits. One audit for internal purposes, one audit for external purposes. You need to maintain separate documentation for internal purposes. You need to maintain separate documentation for external purposes. Next one. And also the auditor should maintain confidentiality over that audit documentation. You have to maintain confidentiality. That documentation should be kept in safe custody and you should have integrity. That should be accessible where whenever required, you should be able to access it. You should not hide it somewhere where you can't access it. It should be accessible. It should be retrievable. In the case of electronic documentation, it should be retrievable also. You should be able to retrieve it. And particularly when it comes to engagement quality control review, these matters are required to be documented regarding engagement quality control review, like what procedures are applied by engagement quality control reviewer. Has the process been completed? Is review completed before the report is issued? Is the reviewer not aware of any unresolved matters that would have caused him to believe that the engagement team has made inappropriate decisions? That means all the matters are resolved. There are no unresolved matter. So this confirmation should be included in the documentation. And who is the owner of that audit documentation or engagement documentation? The practitioner, that is a chartered accountant himself will be the owner of that audit documentation. It is up to his choice. It is at his discretion. If he want to share the documentation, he will share it. If he doesn't want to share, he will not share it. And these documentation should not be thrown away. Depending on the engagement, there will be a retention period. Up to that retention period, you have to retain the documentation. In the case of audit engagement, the documentation should be retained for a period of 7 years. So for that long, you have to maintain the documentation. Next. And finally, just having that policies and procedures in all the above 5 areas. What are the 5 areas? Leadership responsibility, acceptance and continuation of client relationship, ethical requirements, human resources, engagement, performance. So in those 5 areas, what policies and procedures should be there, we have seen. But just having that policies and procedures alone will not be enough. Whether that policies and procedures are getting followed by the staff. Is there any requirement to update them? Is there any requirement to delete any policy? Are we required to do extra training to our staff? This continuous monitoring also should happen. So basically, whatever system of quality control management has designed, is it relevant? Is it adequate? Is it operating effectively? And is it really getting complied with in practice or not? That we need to ensure it, right? Then, sir, how I can do monitoring? What can I do in order to do that quality control monitoring? What I should do? So I need to check whether a quality control system has been appropriately designed and implemented. Is there any new developments in the professional standards? That means in the standards on audit or standards on review engagements or in the laws and regulations, any amendments have come which require us to update our quality control policies, that you need to monitor. And even what some firms can do is they will give the responsibility of monitoring to a partner. They will decide one partner and to that partner they will give responsibility of monitoring activity. And even they need to consider whether the firm or employees are receiving any allegations or any complaints are filed against the firm or employees. That means they might not have proper policies. So they might need a revision of the policies. And you have to take remedial actions. And when deficiencies you have found out, there also you need to take proper rectification actions. So like that, you need to just implementing the policies and leaving them out is not enough. Even you need to monitor them. Understood? So now we have SA 220. As I have told, SA 220 has been built completely in line with SQC 1. The difference is, like the way SQC 1 spoke about quality control in all engagements, SA 220 also will talk about quality control, but SA 220 will talk about quality control only from the audit engagement perspective. So here also SA 220 more or less says the same thing. While doing the audit also, there are 6 areas where you need to maintain policies and procedures. Same like leadership responsibility. In the ethical requirements also you need to have policies and procedures. Before accepting and continuing client relationship, you need to have policies and procedures. You need to do proper assignment of engagement teams. Nothing but once again, this is similar to human resources only. And while engagement is getting performed, then also you need to have policies and procedures. And finally, for the audit, whatever policies and procedures you have set, that needs to be monitored. And what are the main differences here? See, in SQC1 they say for the overall firm, CEO or managing partner should take the leadership responsibility. But for SA220, they say for at the audit level, who should take the leadership responsibilities? Engagement partner should take the leadership responsibility. SQC1 says at the overall firm level, either the CEO of the firm or managing partners of the firm should take the leadership responsibility. But when I talk from the audit engagement level, the engagement partner should take the leadership responsibility for maintaining quality of that specific audit engagement. And like CEO or managing director, managing partner, even engagement partner also should highlight the importance of quality by way of his actions, by way of his communication. He should highlight to his staff how important it is to comply with professional standards, how important it is to comply with the policies and procedures, and how important it is to give audit report, appropriate report, and it should create such an environment where people will be able to raise their fears without any concerns. So basically, this is how you need to fulfill leadership responsibility. As an engagement partner, if you go and announce before your team that I am the engagement partner, I am the leader, your responsibility is not fulfilled. By way of your actions, by way of your communications, you should highlight this information to your engagement team members. And here also we need to comply with ethical requirements. Same 5 ethical requirements will become applicable here. Here also independence will be required. Here also we need to check whether any threat to independence is there. If yes, we need to apply the safeguards, reduce it to acceptable low level. If we are unable to eliminate that interest or activity creating that threat, then we have to withdraw from the engagement. And when it comes to acceptance and continuation of client relationship, when a client has approached us, asked us to do the audit engagement before accepting or continuing client relationship, here also we'll consider the same factors: integrity of the principal owners, competence of the engagement team, compliance with ethical requirements. One more point they will add it here in the case of audit engagement. Even you need to consider significant matters which have arisen during the previous audit engagements. Okay, this one point they have added. And you need to assign proper engagement team members. For the audit, you have to assign those engagement team members who have appropriate competence and capabilities. Once again, HR related point here. And when the engagement is getting performed, then also engagement partner should have some policies, like engagement partner will have ultimate responsibility for directing the engagement team, for supervising the engagement team, even reviewing their work. And he will be ultimately responsible for the report, whatever he is submitting. He is responsible to verify whether the team has maintained proper documentation or not. He is responsible for ensuring whether the team has obtained sufficient and appropriate evidence or not. And like we have seen in SQC1, if there is any difficult or contentious matter, it is the responsibility of engagement partner to make sure in that difficult or contentious matter, consultation has been obtained or not. And finally, even in audit areas also, whatever policies and procedures that are getting implemented, those things are monitored, whether they are working effectively. Is there any requirement to change? Is there any updation required? So that monitoring activity also you have to do. Finally, your policies, your procedures, how you have complied with ethical requirements, what factors you have checked to maintain the quality, all that should form part of my engagement documentation. So documentation also should be there. So this is what two standards, SQC1 and SA220, which is providing the guidance regarding the quality control. And between SQC1 and SA220 also, the many times we are seeing the questions from SQC1. So I will tell you guys, this is one such, this chapter should be actually an edge for you. Why? Because limited content, compulsory question. And in the recent times, we are seeing from this chapter alone, from such a small chapter, we are seeing even 8 marks of questions, 10 marks of questions also we are seeing from this small chapter. So I would suggest you, very simple only, concept wise, very easy only, will not take much of a time, provided you understood the concept. So if you just like that go and try to mug up the content, you might find very difficult. But if you understand the concept and read it, this chapter will hardly take some 1 hour to 1.5 hours to prepare, but good weightage from the examination perspective. I hope I hope that I have covered comprehensively this SQC1 and SA220. Please don't leave this chapter before you go for examination. Please do prepare for it perfectly. You will actually add the odds in your favor. Now, apart from this, they have some differences here, and also they have various other mechanisms for quality control. Like we have something called peer review board, which is constituted by ICI, which will also come into the verification which which chartered accountants are doing the engagements properly or not. And we also have something called quality review board, which is set up by government, which is set up by central government. These are the people who are controlling the chartered accountants. They will check, they will review whether audits are happening properly or not, and also they provide guidance to the chartered accountants. And recently I say has recently central government has also created something called NFRA. Now these people are also dancing on our heads. So these people have also started controlling. So here and there some minute points will be there, not that important from the examination perspective. Just give one quick glance of this peer review board, quality review board, and NFRA. So what are their responsibilities, what are their powers, whom they can control, whom they can review. So like little bit of small information they will give it here. Just have a look at that information once. Okay, so that's all. Quality control has been completed. Now we are going to hit the next most important chapter from the examination perspective, which you guys all might have been waiting for, which is professional ethics. Professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor, that we will try to do the revision now. Yep, perfect. So now we will try to do the professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor. This chapter we will try to revise. Very important from the examination perspective. Very easy also. Okay, guys, are you all there with me? Right. Okay, so now we will try to do a chapter called professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor. Very important from the examination perspective. So we will try to spend some time here on this chapter. Why? Because as I have told you, good weightage from this chapter, and you all might already been well aware of the provisions. So I will try to cover all the important points from where that minute details which students will miss, from where the questions are going to come from. So all that things we will try to cover it. So here we have different parts, like we have one section where it will talk about code of ethics. We have one section which is going to talk about threats. So we have one section which is going to talk about something called no clar. Then we have a section talking about members of the institute. We have a section talking about chartered accountants in practice. And then we have maintenance of branch offices. We have one section. Then after that, corporate form of practice. Then we have misconducts. Then we have misconducts and all. So like that, different parts of the chapter are there. So we will try to revise quickly, comprehensively, everything we will try to revise it in a quick manner. All right. So we will start with code of ethics. Sir, what is this code of ethics? So just now, as I was saying, even in the quality control chapter also, as I was saying, see, being a chartered accountant, society is having a expectation on us. Society is believing our work. Society is trusting our work. And as I was saying, people are forming their decisions on the basis of the work which we have done, on the basis of outcome of our work, on the basis of the reports which we give, on the basis of the conclusions which we express. People are going to base their economic decisions, and people are going to base their financial decisions. So that's why, as a chartered accountant, it is expected from us to comply with some moral values, ethical values we are required to comply. So as a part of this compliance with the ethical values, see, what is basically ethical values? What are basically ethics? Some moral values which you are supposed to have. If someone is believing you, it is your moral responsibility to maintain that moral values. Like for example, if I give you one simple analogy to make you understand, see, take the medical profession. Medical profession is a very noble profession. We all are aware of it. And since in the medical profession, the patients comes to the doctor and disclose all their health conditions and all. So don't you think when the patient is coming to the doctor and disclosing all his illness, his health profile and all he's sharing with the doctor, don't you think doctor is required to maintain the confidentiality on the patient's health or physical well-being or mental well-being? Yes, that is expected from a doctor. Why? Because people are believing you, people are believing in a doctor, they are coming to you and they are sharing with you all the problems or all their illness and their physical and mental condition. So it is expected, it is minimum expected from the doctor to maintain that confidentiality of the patient's records or mental or physical well-being. So this is something, this is one of the basic moral value which is expected from the doctors. That I call it as ethics, ethics of the doctor. In the same manner, we chartered accountants are dealing with the people in the society. We also do audits, we file their tax returns, we file their GST returns, we do the financial planning for them, we do the tax planning for them, we help them in their investment decisions. So like that, we are offering many services to the society. So people will come and disclose their financial position, their assets, their liabilities, their business. So everything they will come and disclose. It is expected from us when people are believing and sharing all their information with us. It is somewhat there is somewhere a moral responsibility on us to comply with the ethics. And all the ethics which we are required to comply, all the moral values which we have to comply, for giving the guidance on that to make this to make the chartered accountants responsible for their acts. ICA has released a document called Code of Ethics. ICA has released a document called Code of Ethics. Basically, Code of Ethics is nothing but a document, a booklet which is released by the ICA, which will contain the list of ethical values or moral principles or some fundamental principles which every chartered accountant must comply with. So like that, we have a document called Code of Ethics, which chartered accountants are required to comply with. Okay. See, but before I can talk about this Code of Ethics, I have to concentrate on a few things. See, membership of the institute. So first I will start with membership of the institute. Say for example, you are all students. Till now, you are all students. You are all identified by our ICI, by our parent entity, which is ICI, as a student. But once you are qualified, once you give your CFL examination, once you clear your CFL examination, you still have to come under the surveillance of the ICI. But how the ICI will identify is, ICI will identify us as a member. Till the time you are a student, till the time you don't qualify your CFL examination or you don't complete all that other courses which ICI is expecting from you, like orientation, something will be there, right? Advanced IDT and all. So till the time you complete all that educational qualifications, you will be recognized by ICI as a student. But the moment you qualify your CFL examination, still ICI wants you to come under their surveillance. And how they will bring you under their surveillance is, once you qualify your chartered accountancy examination and once you fulfill all the requirements, you have to make a member, you have to make an application to the ICI. Sir, I have qualified my CFL examination, I have completed my articleship, I have completed my advanced IDT and all that other courses, whatever you have asked me. So now I become eligible to be called as a chartered accountant. And ICI will maintain something called a register of members. ICI will have one register. In that register, they will maintain the details of all the members. After your qualification, even if you want your name to be entered inside that register of members, you have to make an application to the ICI along with the payment of the prescribed fees. After fulfilling all the eligibility criteria, submit an application to the ICI, and if ICI is satisfied, they will enter your name in the register of members. They will enter your name in the register of the members. Sir, you are telling ICI is having the register of the members, no? In that register of members, what and all particulars will be maintained? What and all particulars will be included? So in the register of members, what and all particulars will be included is, they will for each and every member, they will maintain the details of their full name, their date of birth, their domicile, that is country of origin, residential and professional address, date of entry, when that name was entered in the register of members, what are their qualifications? Generally, you will be a chartered accountant. But apart from that, do you possess any other qualifications? So the details of that other qualifications, whether member holds a certificate of practice and any other prescribed particulars, whatever they might deem fit, all that details will be maintained for every member in the register of members. Okay, next. Okay, sir, once I become a member, okay, I have qualified my chartered accountancy, I have got my name entered inside the register of members, and even ICI will give you a registration number also. Membership number they will give you. Okay, sir, what after that, what I am supposed to do? See, we all are putting this effort, we are going through all this struggle, we are qualifying the examination to get that CA degree. For what sake? For the sake of charity? Definitely not. So we have put all this effort, we have gone through all this to make a living in this society, right? To make the money, right? So once you become a member, now you have two options to make the money. One is go and attend interviews for the company, get selected in the company, join in that company, they will pay you monthly salary, life is sorted. You will be called as chartered accountant in service. See, at various places in the chapter, throughout this chapter, at some places they use chartered accountant, at some places they use professional accountant. Both mean one and the same. Okay, so various places they use chartered accountants, various places they use professional accountants, both are one and the same. So once you have got your membership number, you have given your you have attended some interview, some company selected you, they are recruiting you, paying you some monthly salary. Now you will be called as chartered accountant in service, or you will be called as professional accountant in service. Now, other option for making money. What is other option for making money? You don't want to join with any company. You want to have your own business. You want to do your own audit files. You want to help your own clients. You want to have your own client base. Then what you should do is you will set up your office and you start naming yourself as a chartered accountant, and you start calling your clients, boss, I am ready to offer tax services. I am ready to do audit services. So like that, you will start offering services to the society. But if you want to offer the services to the society, just like that, you can't do it. You need to make one more application to the ICA, pay some extra fees, then ICA will give you something called a certificate of practice. Once you have the certificate of practice, then only you can start running your office. Then only you can start doing your practice. So if you are a chartered accountant, once you become the member, you made an application for the ICA and got that certificate of practice from the ICA, then you will be called as practicing chartered accountant, or even chartered accountant in practice, or professional accountants in practice. Everything means one and the same. Clear? So on the basis of their nature, on the basis of the services, or if I put it this way, on the basis of the field which they have chosen, the chartered accountants can be broadly divided into two categories: chartered accountants in service, chartered accountants in practice. Able to understand? Right. Then, okay. So we have seen what will be the particulars. Once you become the member, what will be the particulars of what details will be maintained. And there are some cases where a person will be disabled from becoming a member. Some persons cannot become a member of the ICA. Some person's name will not be entered in the register of the members. Which means what? You qualified CA final examination, you completed articles, you have completed that all other miscellaneous courses, but still, even you qualify all these things, even if you submit the application to the ICA, still you become disabled for the purpose of getting your name entered in the register. That means ICA will not enter your name in the register of the members. Sir, what are that disabilities? What are that circumstances which makes a person disabled from having his name entered in the register of members? The list is there here. So what are the disabilities? He has not attained the age of 21 years. So ICA told, we don't want kids and bachas. So they create a lot of nuisance. So let us do one thing. We will set a age limit. At the time when you are making the application, you should have completed 21 years of age. Then only, sorry, you should have attained, not completed. You should have attained an age of 21 years at the time of making an application for ICA. And if a person is of unsound mind, as we all are aware, if the person is of unsound mind, he will not have any capacity to contract, and he's of unsound mind and stands so adjudged by a competent authority. If people are calling you unsound mind, that is not the disqualification they are saying here. A person should be unsound mind as adjudged by a competent court. That means some competent court should have given a judgment that this person is of unsound mind. Then only will be disqualified. If I call some person an unsound mind, I say will not stop that person from entering his name in the register of members. So a person should be declared as unsound mind by a competent court. Next one, if a person is undischarged insolvent, he is insolvent but he is not yet discharged. That means court did not pass a discharge order. If he is an undischarged insolvent, then also you become disabled. And also, if a person is discharged insolvent, court has passed an order that okay, this person's insolvency proceedings are completed. A person is discharged insolvent, but if you have not obtained a court certificate stating that insolvency has been caused purely because of your misfortune, and that insolvency was not happened because of your misconduct. See, sometimes because of some circumstances beyond our control, people will become insolvent. Like a person has started a business, the business did not go well because of industry or because of changes in competition, etc. If the person has gone bankrupt, that is purely out of his misfortune. Another person is there, he has started business, he has taken loans from the company, but instead of using it for business purposes, he started spending on his lavish and luxury lifestyle. That's why he became insolvent. Then that insolvency has been caused by your misfortune. So if you are discharged insolvent, but if you did not get the certificate from the court stating that your insolvency was because of misfortune, not because of your wrongdoings, then also ICA will not enter your name in the register of members. That means if you are discharged insolvent, but if you still want your name in the register of members, you should go to the court, get a certificate stating that your insolvency was purely because of misfortune. If you get that certificate, you become eligible for entering your name in the register of members. Next, Or if you have been convicted by a court, that means some court has convicted you, not just allegation. Court has passed an order. For what purpose? Either within India or outside India. So if you have been convicted by a competent court, some competent court has passed an order against you that you have committed an offense involving moral turpitude, like you have committed some murder, you have committed some moral turpitude offense, and you are punished with imprisonment. You must be punished with imprisonment, then only disqualification, then only disability. If a person is convicted by a competent court of an offense involving moral turpitude, but he was only punished with a fine, no disqualification. A person will become ineligible to enter into the register of members only when he is convicted by a court of an offense involving moral turpitude, and he should have been punished with imprisonment. Then only you become disabled. Next one. Or he has been convicted of an offense which is not of technical nature. That means fraudulent acts he has done, not technical error, some big collusion fraud which he has done in his professional capacity. So if a person has been convicted of these offenses, then also you will not be eligible for having your name entered in the register of members unless you have been either granted a pardon. You have got a pardon, or you have made an application and the central government by in writing they have removed the disability. Either you should have got a pardon or you should have made an application to the central government and they have passed an order removing the disability. So then only your name will be entered. Then if he has been removed from membership of the institute on being found on inquiry to have been done some professional or misconduct, or you have done some professional misconduct, or you have done some other misconduct. But what is other misconduct, what is professional misconduct, that we will see it in the subsequent part of the chapter. But if you have done, for the time being now, I want you to remember, if you have done any professional or other misconduct, then also your name will be removed from the register of members. Next. So sometimes what will happen is ICA will pass an order removing you for a specified period. They will say that for 3 years you can't, for 3 years they are suspending you as a member. Now for until that 3 years you can't have your name entered once again in the registrar. Okay, next. And if the ICA comes to know that failure to disclose any disability continues professional misconduct, that means at the time you are making an application for becoming a member, you are actually facing disability. Say for example, you are convicted by a court, but you did not disclose that information. You hidden that information and got that certificate and got your name entered in the register of members. Later, if the council comes to know about it, then they will treat it as professional misconduct. Once again, they will remove your name from the register of members. Clear, everyone? Right. So these are the disabilities when a person can't become a member. But whatever it is, we can further classify members into two categories. We can further broadly divide members into two categories. This I will say depending on your years of experience. So depending on our years of experience, we can broadly divide the members into two more categories. One is associate member, other one is fellow member. Sir, what is associate member? The moment your name is entered in the register of members. The moment your name is entered in the register of members, you become a ACA, Associate Chartered Accountant. Now, after you have become ACA, once you become a member, and if you are for 5 years of continuous practice, if you are an Associate Chartered Accountant and if you are into 5 years of continuous practice, then you have to make one more application to the ICA. ICA will recognize you and change you from ACA to FCA, Fellow Chartered Accountant. You will be called as Fellow Chartered Accountant, and after your name, you can use a designation FCA. Or in some cases, you are an ACA, but you are not into 5 years of continuous practice. But ICA feels that you have done some other work which is equivalent to 5 years of practice, or if you have some prescribed qualification which ICA, if it feels fit that it is equivalent to 5 years of practice, then also they can convert you from ACA to FCA. So either you should be ACA and 5 years of continuous practice, or you are not into 5 years of continuous practice, but if the council feels that you have such an experience which is equivalent to 5 years of practice or which is equivalent to 5 years of qualification, then ICA also will enter, then also they will convert you from ACA to FCA. So like this, depending on the years of experience which a person is holding, the members can be broadly divided into two categories, ACA and FCA, Associate and Fellow. Next, removal from register. See, once your name has been entered in the register of members, that name can be removed also. That name can be removed from the register of members also. Sir, when the name will be removed from the register of members? If a person is dead, if you are a if there is a person who is a member of ICA, if he is expired, no longer his name will be kept in the register, his name will be removed. Or the member himself is making a request, sir, I no longer want to continue as a member of ICA, please remove me from the register of members, then also they will remove your name. They can't forcefully keep any person as a member. And if he fails to pay the prescribed fee, See, as I've told, membership of ICA is not free of cost. You need to pay for that. And if you don't pay the fee for membership, then also your name will be removed. And if you become subject to any disability after you have become a member, see, at the time of becoming a member, you don't have any of this disability, but after you have become a member of ICI, and if you have attracted any of the disabilities which we have read above, then also your name will be removed. And council must remove a member's name if an order been passed from, if council has, sometimes in extreme cases, council also will pass an order stating that this person's name should be removed from the register of members, then also they will compulsorily remove your name. And yeah, this point I will try to say, payment of fees. Say for example, you are a member, okay, so 1st of April is there. See, generally you are required to pay the membership fees by 30th of September. You are required to pay the fees. Say for example, financial year 24-25. For this financial year, you are required to pay the fees by on or before 30th of September. So if you don't pay, the government will, the ICA will wait for some time. If you are not paying the fees within prescribed time limit, then what ICA will do is they will remove your name. They will remove your name if you don't make the payment of the fees within the prescribed time limit. But after, if you make the payment, after you have realized your name has been removed, and then you realize that okay, I forgot to make the payment, and if you make the payment once again, payment and arrears and all, if you make the payment, then your name will be restored. Your name will be restored. And ICA has given even one more relaxation. If you are making an application and clearing your dues before the end of the financial year, before 31st of March, the year in which your name has been removed, before the end of the financial year, if you make an application and make the payment of the prescribed fees, then ICA will restore your name retrospectively. ICA will restore your name retrospectively. Say for example, let us have an understanding with the help of dates. So 1st of April 2025, you are required to pay the fees. Say for example, you did not make the payment of the fees within the prescribed time limit. So what ICA has done is on 15th of October, so 1/4/2024, we will make it. Okay, on 15th of October 2024, your name has been removed. So later you realized and decided to make the payment. So what is the end of the financial year? 31st of March 2025. If you realized it and made the payment here only, say for example, on 31st of January 2025, you realized and made the payment of your pending fees. Along with that, you have also made an application. Now your name will be restored, but they will restore it retrospectively. That means from whatever name they have removed, from whatever date they have removed your name, from that date itself, they will restore it. Okay, now say for example, if I did not realize it here, I realized it on 10th of April 2025, then I made the payment and made the prescribed fees, then what will happen is your name will be restored, but it will be restored from the date of payment only. From here only your name will be restored. That means from 15th of October till 10th of April, your name will be removed. You are no longer a member from 15th of April. From 15th of October till 10th of April, your name, you will be not considered as member. Able to understand? So that restoration point is very important here. That's what even they try to say. So if you come here, restoration, effective date of restoration. From the removal date, if application and fees are made within the same year, that means retrospectively, from whichever date your name has been removed, from that date itself, your name will be restored if you make the payment and submit the application within the same year. Okay. In other cases, from the application and fee receipt date, like I've told, if you are making the payment after that end of the financial year, prospectively only they will restore your name. Sometimes your name will be removed as per the orders of the Board of Discipline, Disciplinary Committee, Appellate Authority or High Court. In that cases, in that order only they will mention this person's name will be removed for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years or till that date. If your name has been removed because of order of Board of Discipline, Disciplinary Committee or Appellate Authority or High Court, according to that requirements of the order, they will restore your name. Okay, next. Penalty for falsely claiming to be a member. That means you are not a chartered accountant, you are not a member only, but you are using the designation chartered accountant. You qualified CA final examination, but you did not submit an application. Your name is not yet registered in the register of members, but still you are using the designation chartered accountant. You will be liable for penalty. See, this is what mistake we generally students do. The moment CA final results, will get announced, what you will do, guys, what you will do is you will open the WhatsApp, open the status, or you will open the Instagram and post a story from today, your name below chartered accountant. You will write no, you will post that stories and all kind of thing. You are actually committing a misconduct there. Do you know it? So you should not do. Why? Because you are permitted to use a designation chartered accountant only after you become a member. But anyhow, ICA is not noticing it. So they know the excitement of the students. They know you are all hard work and all, and they are ignoring you. But literally, even I have committed this mistake. So the moment we qualify, we will not become eligible to use a designation chartered accountant. We become eligible to use a designation chartered accountant only after we have, only after our name has been entered in the register of members. So if ICA comes to know that a person, even though he is not a member of ICA, but he's using the designation chartered accountant, a person he is not having certificate of practice, but he claims to everybody that he is into practice, on first conviction they will charge 1,000 rupees nominal penalty, they will charge and ignore it. Subsequently, that means you are paying the 1,000 rupees penalty at doing that kind of activity again and again. So then what they will do is they can put you in jail for 6 months. That means they can offer imprisonment for 6 months, or even they can charge the fine up to 5,000. Okay, fine 5,000 is okay, but sometimes you might have to face the imprisonment also. You have to go and sit in jail also. So we have to be very careful. So these are the penalties for falsely claiming to be a member. So whatever it is, the moment you become a member, either you could be a chartered accountant in service or you could be a chartered accountant in practice, you all are bound by ICA regulations. The moment you are becoming a member, that's all. Your time has started now. You will be under supervision. You will be under surveillance of the ICA. You are required to follow regulations. You are required to follow act. You are required to follow code of ethics. All that things will come and apply here. Okay. So since we understood the provisions relating to membership of the institute, now let us see what are the code of ethics which we are required to follow. Okay. So once we become a member of ICAI, either we are in chartered accountant in service or we are in chartered accountant in practice, we are required to comply with a document called code of ethics. So we have something called overview and structure of the code, not that important from the examination perspective. Just have a look and ignore it. Like in this code of ethics document, there are different parts. There is part 1, which will give you the brief overview and conceptual framework. There is part 2 of the code of ethics, which contains rules and regulations which are applicable for professional accountants in service. There is part 3 of this code of ethics, which will contain the rules and regulations which are applicable for professional accountants in public practice. Then we have part 4, which is talking about independence standards. Then finally we will have glossary. So like that 5 parts will be there. Part 1 will contain overall view and conceptual framework. Part 2 contain rules which are required to be complied with professional accountants in service. Part 3 contains rules which are required to be complied by professional accountants in public practice. Part 4 contains information regarding independence standards. Part 5 contains glossary. And if you look at the code, if you actually download that code of ethics and see it, in every section you will find 3 parts. There will be something called introduction. That means for every section you will have introduction. For every section you will find requirements. And for every section you will find application material. That means each section will be divided into 3 parts. They will tell you introduction, they will introduce that matter. Then they will tell you requirements, what is expected from you, what are obligations, and they will also give you application material. That means for that section, if they need any extra clarification, extra explanations, that they will give it by way of application material. So whatever it is, for every section we will have 3 parts: introduction, requirement, application material. And here comes the most important point: code of ethics every professional accountant must comply. Whether you are chartered accountant in service, whether you are in chartered accountant in practice, you must comply. It is mandatory. It is not optional. If you want to be recognized as a member of the ICA, you must comply with the code. And sometimes what will happen is laws and regulations will say something contradicting with the code. If there is a conflict between laws and regulations and the code of ethics, which one should prevail? Which one should prevail? Very important for MCQs. Very important for MCQs. They might ask an MCQ question from this. Sometimes what will happen is laws and regulations prevent compliance with certain parts of the code. That means there is a conflict between the requirements of laws and regulation and the requirements of code of ethics. So now you tell me which one will prevail. Which one will prevail? So the code of ethics say, the rules say that laws and regulations will prevail over the code of ethics. There is any conflict, which one will prevail? The laws and regulations, whatever mentioned in the requirements of laws and regulations, that will prevail, that you have to follow. The code will not prevail, which will have a superior hand between laws and regulations and code of ethics. Laws and regulations will have a upper hand. So this is one important note point from the examination perspective. Now comes the important part here. Okay, so from this code of ethics, in the entire document of code of ethics, the most important thing which we professional accountants must comply with is fundamental principles. There are a few aspects called fundamental principles which every professional accountant, which every chartered accountant, whether in service or whether in practice, must comply with. So there are 5 such fundamental principles. We have already seen it just now. If you remember, in SQC1, I have already introduced it to you with the name of ethical requirements. So they in various ways they use the phrases. Sometimes they use the phrase ethical requirements. Sometimes they use the phrase fundamental principles. Everything refers to one and the same. And how many such fundamental principles or ethical requirements are there? 5 such fundamental principles and ethical requirements are there. So what are that 5 such fundamental principles? Integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and then finally we have something called professional behavior. Okay, so important from the examination perspective. So let us try to have a quick look at it. So every auditor, every chartered accountant, whether in service or whether in practice, is required to comply with this 5 fundamental principles. So repeat everyone, what are the 5 fundamental principles? Integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. And as you could see in the code of ethics, if you open subsection, which subsection talks about that ethical requirement, that also we have included here. Now we will take up each ethical requirement, each fundamental principles, and we'll try to understand. Sir, what do you mean by integrity? So integrity means the chartered accountant, the professional accountant must be honest, he must be straightforward, he should ensure fair dealing, and he should be truthful. These are the basic qualities which are expected from a chartered accountant. So he should be an honest person, he should be a straightforward person, he should do the fair dealing, no inappropriate dealing, and also he should be truthful. And integrity specifically says that as a professional accountant, you should not associate with such information which is false or misleading. Knowingly you should not associate yourself with such information which is false or misleading, which you know that has been negligently provided, or which omits or obscures essential information. That means you know that in that information some essential things are missing. If you know it well in advance, you should not get associated yourself with that information. Just give me 1 minute, let me charge. Yeah. So knowingly false, or you should not get as a chartered accountant, as a professional accountant, you should not associate yourself with such information that is false, misleading, negligently provided, or omits or obscures essential information. But however, after accepting that engagement, if you got to know that there is a false information, negligent information, or omitting some information, in that cases you should have given a modified report. Then you will not be deemed as guilty. If you have given modified report, okay, but if you know it well in advance, don't accept it. After accepting, if you got to know about it, then you should have given a modified report. And in some cases what you should do is you might require to get disassociated. In some cases you might require to withdraw from the engagement after you have got to know about these kind of things. In extreme cases you have to even withdraw also. This is what the integrity principle says. Then we have objectivity. So objectivity is very simple to understand. So what do you mean by objectivity is you should avoid all kinds of bias, no partiality, nothing. You should avoid all kinds of conflict of interest, and you should not come under undue influence. So you should not change your decisions according to others' influence, especially management or those charged with governance. Under their influence, you should not be changing your decisions. And you should not engage in those activities which affect your professional judgment. If you feel that because of accepting a relationship, your professional judgment might get impacted, those relationships you should not engage into. So this is what objectivity is expected from you. Then coming to the next point, professional competence. The name itself says competence. As a professional, whatever engagements you are doing, you must make yourself capable. You must make yourself competent. And whatever engagements you are doing, that you have to do it with utmost care, which we also call it as a diligence, also we call it. So whatever engagements we are doing, first it is our responsibility to make ourselves competent, capable, because we have to provide relevant services to the client. We have to provide the best services to the client. In order to provide the best services for our clients, first we must become competent. Sir, how we must become competent? By keeping the knowledge current, by keeping your knowledge updated. Like if any amendments are coming, make yourself educated. If any new standards are getting introduced, get yourself educated. Changes happening in the industry, get yourself educated. So you have to keep your knowledge current and updated, and you have to act diligently. Diligently means what? With utmost care you have to do the engagements. And also, you serving the clients require sound judgment. You have to use your best judgment while serving your clients. And you have to have continuous awareness of developments. Like as I've told, amendments and all, you have to have continuous awareness of it. It's not something like you have read something and ignored it. and left it. It is not like that. Say for example, if you are reading the GST now, see, I can't tell you how many number of GST amendments will come. Every time GST meeting will happen, every time GST council meeting will happen, they will come up with new circulars, they will come up with new notifications, they will come up with new sections. So don't you think once you qualify, you should update your knowledge on this circulars, notifications and all? Yes. So that is what they say, continuous awareness of the developments. And when I say diligence, that means careful, you should be very careful, timely performance within the time as promised to the client, you have to complete your engagements. And not just you must be updated. See, for example, if I am a owner of the firm, if I am the engagement partner, if I am getting educated, that alone will not be enough. Even the people who are working under me, I should also train them, I should also supervise them. And accountants must inform the clients of their limitations. This is something which is expected from you. As we all are aware, if you are doing especially audit engagement, we all have read at CA inter level that so our audit suffers from some inherent limitations, which means no matter how effectively we have done the audit, there are always a chances that some misstatements might not be identified. Yes or no? So this is a thing you have to communicate it to your clients. Boss, these limitations we are suffering from because of those circumstances. So you can expect only from us reasonable assurance. You can't expect from us guarantee. So this is what expected from you when it comes to professional competence and due care. Then comes the most important fundamental principle, which is confidentiality. So as I was saying, client will put the trust on you, client will believe you, and he will share his information, not personal information. He will share all his financial related data. And as you generally watch it in the movies, to the chartered accountants, they will disclose all their binami transactions, all their black money transactions, all their shell companies. This information, this information generally will be disclosed to the chartered accountant. So they say, you might have heard that you should not hide anything from doctors and lawyers. You might have heard it. I will add one more thing to the list, that you should not hide anything from chartered accountants also. Why? Because if you let the chartered accountant, you should not hide anything means not your personal affairs and all. When it comes to your money related matters, you should not hide anything from the chartered accountant. Why? Because if you let him know, if you let the chartered accountant know your financial holdings and all, then only he can then only he can help you to protect you, right? So that's why people will disclose everything. So when the people are believing you and disclosing the information to you, the thing which is expected from you is confidentiality. So as a chartered accountant, you must respect the confidentiality. At all times, you have to respect the confidentiality. And here they say very interesting things here. You should not disclose your matters even in the social settings also, not just to your business friends and all. Sometimes what will happen is, without our knowledge, in our social gatherings, in our family functions also, we keep on talking about our clients. That you should not do it. So even in your social settings also, you should not disclose. You should maintain confidentiality. And maintain confidentiality within the firm. Inside the firm also, you have to maintain the confidentiality. And prospective client, if some client is about to, if some person is about to become your client, even for that prospective client also, you have to maintain confidentiality. And unless legally required, that means if it is legally required, you have to disclose. Unless legally required, without authority from the client, you should not disclose the information. And not just disclosing, you should not use the client's information for your personal advantage or for your relatives advantage, for your friends advantage. Here they are referring to that insider trading options. Insider trading will happen. No, sometimes while doing audit, you get to know about the internal information of the client. So even that also you should not communicate. Even that also you should not use it for your personal advantage or your relatives or known person's advantage. And not just when that person is your client, even after the client relationship has ended, then also maintain the confidentiality. Not just when the person is your client, you have to maintain confidentiality. Even after the relationship has ended, even after the client relationship has ended, then also you should maintain the confidentiality. And you ensure that people who are working under you also should respect confidentiality. If I have a firm, not just me, even the staff under me also should maintain the confidentiality. So at all times, at all circumstances, in all places, you have to respect the confidentiality. Not just that, in some cases, you might be required to disclose. Sometimes you have to breach the confidentiality. Sir, when I am required to share the information regarding my client? Number one, when it is required by law, when there is a mandatory requirement from law or regulation to share, you have to share it. Or when it is not mandatorily required by law, but it is permitted. It is not obligation from the law, but it is permitted from the law to share the information. If that is the case, you can share it only after getting the approval, authorization from the client or your employing organization. or there is a professional duty. Sometimes there will be a professional duty or there is a right for you to disclose the information. In those cases only you have to disclose. So 3 cases they say where you are required, where you can disclose the client information. Number 1, when it is required by the law. Number 2, when it is permitted by the law and you have approval of the client. Number 3, there is a professional duty or right to disclose it. Next, factors for disclosure. If at all, in these circumstances, because of these circumstances, if you are disclosing the client information, before you are disclosing, what factors you have to consider is there should not be any potential harm. From disclosing that information, no one should face any potential harm. Or before you disclose that information, have you known complete information? See, only when you get the complete information, then only you share it. Half-baked information you should not disclose. And what type of communication and who is the recipient, you have to pay attention. Who is that recipient to whom you are sharing the information, and even appropriateness of the recipient. Is the recipient to whom you are sharing the information, is he appropriate? And this point I have already covered. Not just when you are doing some kind of engagement for your client, even after the client relationship has ended, then also you have to respect the confidentiality and maintain the confidentiality of the client. Next, so this is what regarding 4th ethical requirement or fundamental principle, which is confidentiality. Now let us come to the next part, professional behavior. The last fundamental principle is professional behavior. Basically, you have to comply with professional behavior. That means whatever work we are doing, whatever engagements we are doing, that we have to do it after complying with the laws and regulations. We should not engage into any activity which is a discrediting or which is bringing disrepute to the profession. We should not engage into any activity which brings a bad name for the profession. That we should not do. And accountants must not engage in any activities with relating to integrity, objectivity, or reputations. And few other things which you have to take care, like you should avoid exaggerated claims about your services. Like we should not do unnecessary advertisement, which anyhow we will see it in the misconduct things, we will see that. So you should not make exaggerated claims. No unnecessary false claims you have to make. You should not make unsubstantiated comparisons with the fellow chartered accountants. That means you should not go to the client and say, I'm better than so and so chartered accountant, the other chartered accountant is a waste fellow. That kind of unsubstantiated comparisons you should not do. If at all you are doing advertisement, you have to comply with the council guidelines. We'll see it in a short while what are that advertisement guidelines. And in case if you are permitted to do the advertisement, that advertisement should be truthful, and the institute is not responsible for any of your content. And you must comply with, in case if you have any doubts regarding advertising, you have to consult with the ethical standards board. So advertising is a very complicated area when it comes to the chartered accountants, especially who are into practice and all. So all that we will see it in the schedules. Now, sir, with regard to that fundamental principles, sir, you told 5 fundamental principles are there, no? Integrity, objectivity, professional competence and behavior, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Now, what is the responsibility of the professional accountants with regard to this 5 fundamental principles? Is it optional for them, or is it mandatory for all of them to comply? So they say that it is mandatory. So if you read the phrases here, accountant must comply, compulsory, 100% you have to comply with this ethical requirements. It is not something an option given to you. It is a forcefully imposed on you. You have to comply with ethical requirements, whether you are into practice or you are into service. If at all any conflicting position you have come into, sometimes they are in a conflicting position. Complying with one fundamental principle is violating another fundamental principle. In those cases, you can get the consultation. Sir, whom can I consult? Others within the firm. If within your own firm there are any seniors, you can consult them, or you can consult with those charged with governance of your client, or even you can go and consult with the institute. I say you can write it, sir, I am having this conflict, what I am supposed to do. Or even you can go and consult a legal counsel. If you have, if you need any legal advice, you can go and consult the legal counsel also. And however, just because you get the consultation, it will not relieve you from resolving your conflicts. So just you are getting the consultation, that doesn't mean your responsibility has been wiped off. Still you are required to fulfill all your responsibilities to resolve that matters. And how you have faced that issues, what discussions you had, how you have arrived at the decisions, and on what logic you have taken the decisions, everything should be documented. So this is what the professional accountant's responsibility regarding the fundamental principles. Now what the ICA has done is, ICA has identified various threats to the fundamental principles. What ICA has done, ICA has identified various threats to the fundamental principles. So they have identified certain circumstances which are considered as threat to fundamental principles. So what do you mean by circumstance being a threat to fundamental principles? which means that these are the circumstances which have a risk of violating the fundamental principles. When I call something as a threat to fundamental principles, what do I mean by that? So when I am calling a circumstance or an event as a threat to fundamental principles, so those circumstances, those events have a potential of violating the fundamental principles. Able to understand? So that's what they say here. And what ICA has done is, whatever threats are there, whatever circumstances which have a danger for a professional accountant to not comply with the fundamental principles, those threats they have identified into 5 categories, which are self-interest threat, self-review threat. Sorry, this name I have not changed. This I will make the correction. This is an advocacy threat. This I will change it in the file. So advocacy threat. Then we have something called familiarity threat. Then we have something called intimidation threat. So like this, ICA has classified the threats into 5 categories. What are the 5 categories of threats, everyone? The 5 categories of threats are self-interest threat, self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, and intimidation threat. See here, definitions are not the major thing, examples are the major thing. So if you come to the main material here, so this is the main material actually. So if you come to the main material here, yes. For the threats they have given examples. Going through these examples is very, very important. So my humble request will be, you have to go through these examples. Why? Because from these examples they can frame the MCQs. I have included every example, I have included in my main material. I have already told you in the beginning itself, this concept notes you can download it from the website free. Of course, I'm not charging you anything from you, so you can download it, and I can say comfortably that this is one such concept notes which has not diluted the substance of the ICA material. I did not change the terminology, I did not skip any information, just I have presented in a structured format in the best possible manner which I can, because if you are missing on the ICA resources, you are doing a grave mistake. So you can compare the content with the ICA study material. I am telling you, you will not find anything which has been missed from this concept notes. So I can say blindly you can go with the concept notes. You can blindly go with it without any second thought about it. Okay. So here the examples are going to be very, very important. I will explain the meanings now quickly, but it is your responsibility to go through that examples once. So number 1, self-interest threat. Sir, what is self-interest threat? When these threats occur, these threats generally occur when the professional accountant is having a financial or other interest that will influence the professional accountant's judgment. So if you are having some kind of financial or other interest either in your client or employing organization, that is definitely going to have an impact on your judgment. Like you are holding the shares in the company, you have given the loan to the company, or you have taken the loan to the company. Since you are deriving a financial interest from the company, definitely there is a possibility on not complying with the fundamental principles. Your objectivity might be compromised here. So that kind of threats, I call them as self-interest threats. Then I have something called self-review threat. See, sometimes what will happen is, in one engagement, you are reviewing the work which has been performed by either yourself or by your team member. Like for example, one of my engagement team member has provided the accounting services to my client. The same client is asking me to do the audit engagement also. But that will result in reviewing my own work, right? So that kind of threats we call them as self-review threat. Like examples for this will be, I have been a director of the company. The same company is appointing me as an auditor. Or I have provided accounting and bookkeeping services for the client. The same client is appointing me as an auditor. So these are the examples of the self-review threats where I am reviewing my own work. The name itself says self-review. You are reviewing yourself. So threats that when the self-review threat will occur is threat that a professional accountant will not properly evaluate the results of a previous judgment or activity which has either been performed by themselves or other within their own firm or organization. Either you yourself have done one task or one of your team member has done that task. Now you have to review the same thing. So then the self-review threat will happen. Then comes the next threat, which is advocacy threat. Advocacy threat generally occurs when the professional accountant is promoting the client's or employing organization's position to such a point that where objectivity is compromised. So when generally advocacy threats will happen is when you are acting as an advocate for the client, when you are fighting the client cases before income tax authorities and all, or when you are acting as a consultant to the issue, when you are promoting the shares of the company, when you are promoting the shares of the company, when you are encouraging everybody to buy the shares of the company. So here you are pushing the company's position to such an extent that your objectivity is getting compromised. Those kind of threats we call them as advocacy threats. And not just that, we have the most important, this I have already addressed it, main focus, more emphasis you have to put it on the familiarity threat. So when does the familiarity threat will happen? When you have some kind of close association or personal relationship with the client. Like you have been conducting audit for the same client for the last 10-15 years, or your relative is in a top level management of the client, or your previous partner is the top level management of the client, or you are accepting significant hospitality and gifts from the client. So these kind of examples are familiarity threats. So they occur because of long or close relationship with the client or employing organization, where the chartered accountants will become too sympathetic for their clients. And then finally, intimidation threat. Intimidation, the name itself says, so you wanted to act in a proper manner, you wanted to genuinely comply with the ethical requirements or fundamental principles, but you are threatened, you are prevented, the client or employing organization is not supporting you, or they are blackmailing you, they are preventing you from acting independently, they are threatening you. That we call it as intimidation threat. So that's what they say here. Here the professional accountant will be deterred. That means he will be stopped from acting objectively due to actual or perceived pressures, including attempt to exercise undue influence. The management is trying to put an extreme pressure on you. They are forcing you, they are threatening you. That kind of threats we call them as intimidation threats. So this is how ICAI has categorized the threats into 5 categories: self-interest, self-review, advocacy, familiarity, and intimidation threats. Now what you should do is, as a chartered accountant, what you should do is, if at all you find any threat to the independence, you have to evaluate it. What you should do, you have to evaluate. What do you mean by evaluation? You have to analyze it. How you have to analyze? Sometimes there will be a threat, but we need to check whether that threat is at an acceptable level or not. If at all you face any threat of independence or any threat of fundamental principles, you need to analyze whether that threat is at an acceptable level. What do you mean by acceptable level? Acceptable level means even though there is a threat, that is not having any impact on my independence or objectivity. Like for example, I told that if you accept the gift from the client, that is a familiarity threat. Say for example, I am conducting audit. It is the occasion of Diwali. As an occasion of Diwali, the client is distributing sweet box to all its employees. As an auditor, they have also given one sweet box to me on the occasion of Diwali. So you have accepted the gift, threat to independence, but do you think it is an acceptable level or not? Yes. So like this, you need to analyze whether the threats whatever you are facing, is it at an acceptable level, and how you have to evaluate whether it is an acceptable level or not by doing related so this we call it as in a third party test, we say. So we have this thing here. Let me give you the full form here. Yes, reasonable and informed third party test, I call it. So that means if any third party is there in your position, that means you have to think from the shoes of a reasonable and a third party. If the third party is in a situation, if he is having all this information, will he conclude that that threat is at an acceptable level or not? So such a reasonable and informed third party test you have to do and determine whether the threat is at an acceptable level. So if the threat is not at an acceptable level, then what you should do? You have to address it. Sir, how you have to address it? So first you will evaluate whether the threat is at an acceptable level or not. If you have determined that no, the threat is not at an acceptable level, you have to address it. How you can address it? By eliminating the circumstances which are creating the threat. So whatever circumstances that has led to the creation of this threat, that you have to eliminate it. Or you can apply available safeguards. You can apply even safeguards. Sir, what do you mean by safeguards? Safeguards means preventive actions. So what are that safeguards that I have explained here? Here we will talk about what are the safeguards, but just keep it at the back of your mind. How you can address that threats, either by eliminating the circumstances or by applying the safeguards, or what you are supposed to do is in some cases end that engagement. Don't accept it only. If you feel that even after applying safeguards also, if you are not able to bring that threat to an acceptably low level, don't accept such engagements or decline that engagements altogether. Okay. Now they're asking me to implement the safeguards. No, what are that safeguards, sir? So examples of the safeguards could be spending more time and using qualified personnel. If at all there is any threat to independence, like there might be professional competence threat is there. So in that cases, what you should do, you should spend more time, you should have more qualified person, or you can appoint independent reviewer. If you are facing a self-review threat, you can appoint an independent reviewer, or you can use separate teams for different engagements. For the same client, you are doing assurance engagement and non-assurance engagement. Don't use same engagement team, use different engagement team. Or in some cases, you might be required to involve another firm. Go for joint audit, that will protect the fundamental principles. or even what you can do is using separate teams for confidential matter. If there is any confidential matter, in that matter, end to end, don't use one single team, divide the teams so that one team will not have complete information from beginning till the ending. So like this, you try to implement the safeguards and try to bring the threat to an acceptable level. Even after applying the safeguards also, if you are unable to bring the threat to an acceptably low level, then you should quit from the engagement, right? Next, what else we have? Okay, so this I will try to explain. No CLAR. See, there is something called non-compliances with the non-compliance with laws and regulations, which we call it as no CLAR regulations. Now, ICA has brought this no CLAR regulations, which is putting some additional responsibilities on the heads of the professional accountants. Whether you are a chartered accountant in service or you are a chartered accountant in practice, ICA has brought one more regulation called no CLAR regulations, which you are required to comply with. Sir, what do you mean by no CLAR? Non-compliance. The name itself says non-compliances with the laws and regulations. So as a chartered accountant in practice or as a chartered accountant in service, if you are, as a part of your professional duties, if you found any non-compliances with the laws and regulations, either done by your client or done by your employing organization, you have to report them to the respective authorities. So that requirement has been put on you by way of no CLAR. First of all, they are defining what do you mean by no CLAR. So no CLAR means it is either an act of omission or commission. That means either you are doing something or you are not doing something, or they have done it intentionally or unintentionally, and that act of omission or commission is contrary, it is against the prevailing laws and regulations. That means an act of omission, either you are doing something or not doing something, intentionally or unintentionally. The act of omission or commission is contrary, is against the prevailing laws and regulations. That I call it as non-compliance. And who could have done it? That non-compliance can have been done by client or professional accountants employing organization. If you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are client. If you are a chartered accountant in service, you are organization, you are employer. Or it could have been done by those charged with governance of your client or employing organization, or it could have been done by management of your client or employing organization, or other individuals working under direction of employment, other people, which means here they are referring to employees. So that act of non-compliance could have been done by directly your client, or those charged with governance of your client, or management of your client, or other people like employees of your client. But however, when I say no CLAR, it is not related to personal misconduct. Here we are not required to report on any personal misconduct. Like for example, if a case has been filed against a director for conducting a domestic violence, against a spouse, that is a personal misconduct. This also we are not required to report. We need not go into the personal misconduct. And also non-compliance by parties not listed. See, this no CLAR regulations will apply only when the non-compliance is done by any of these people. See, if your client is there, if your client's a customer, if your client's a debtor has committed non-compliance, am I required to report that also? No. Only when the non-compliance is done by these people like your client, those charged with governance of your client, management of your client, or employees of your client, those only I am required to report. If some other party like your client's debtor, your client's customers, your client's bankers, if they have committed any non-compliance, that you are not required to report it. So to whom it is applicable? As I have told, it will become applicable for chartered accountants in service also, it will become applicable for chartered accountants in practice also. But not for every chartered accountant in practice, not for every chartered accountant in service. They say that when it comes to chartered accountants in service, it will become applicable only to the employees of listed companies, that too who are senior professional accountants. Sir, what do you mean by senior professional accountant? If you are a director, or if you are an officer, or if you are a senior employee who is having a lot of influence and who is having the power to take decisions regarding resources, either human, financial, physical and tangible resources, basically key managerial person. If you are a chartered accountant, if you are employed with some company at a top position like a director or KMP position, then only you are required to report it. And that too you are an employee of a listed entity, not other entity, you are a listed entity, that too in a senior position, then only you are required to comply with no CLAR. Similarly, if you are into practice, you are required to report on no CLAR only on audit engagements. No CLAR will become applicable for chartered accountants in practice only for audit engagements. If you are doing audit engagement, that too of a listed company, and that too which has a net worth of 250 crore rupees or more, only while conducting audit of these kind of entities only, if you are doing, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you are required to comply with the no CLAR requirements, not for everyone. And some important facts here. See, the act is expecting you to report the non-compliances. Does that mean as a professional accountant, as a chartered accountant, I need to investigate non-compliances also? Not required. You are not required to investigate. Only those non-compliances which have come to your notice, that only you reported. Sir, does that mean I am required to have expert knowledge? No, you are not expected to have any expert knowledge. Sir, am I required to report on inconsequential matters like personal misconduct? Am I required to report? No, they are completely out of purview. And disclosure of authorities is not required if it is contrary to laws and regulations. You are not required to report if something is against the laws and regulations. Once again, if there is any conflict between laws and regulations will prevail. Sir, we already have a standard SA 250, no, which is talking about non-compliances. Now, what is the difference between no CLAR versus SA 250? Very simple. SA 250 applies only to audits, whereas no CLAR will become applied to those chartered accountants in practice also, those chartered accountants in service also. And for SA 250, they have divided laws and regulations into two categories which have a direct impact on financial statements or other laws and regulations. Here there is no such identification. Here simply they say that all those laws will get covered which is causing a significant harm. And in SA 250, they did not define stakeholders, but in the no CLAR they have told that those laws and regulations which have an impact on investors, creditors, employees and public, they have defined the term stakeholders. And under no CLAR, you have a power where you can directly go and report to the authorities. If you came to know about any breach causing substantial harm, they can directly go and report it to the regulatory authorities. Such provision is not there in SA 250. In SA 250, first you have to communicate with management and those charged with governance, then you go to regulatory authorities. But in the no CLAR, you can skip that management and those charged with governance reporting and directly go and report to the regulatory authorities. So these are some differences. See, I'm going a bit fast here. If you want to know more about this no CLAR in a detailed manner, I have already done a dedicated video on no CLAR in my channel. Just go and search in my channel no CLAR. You will get one detailed video where I have explained somewhere around some 40 to 50 minutes. I have explained on this no CLAR. Since it is a marathon, I will be covering only important points here. Next, whether you have complied with the no CLAR requirements or not, even you need to include some things in your documentation. So that documentation requirements also you have to comply with. Clear? Right. So this is what regarding no CLAR requirements. Now let us talk about chartered accountants in practice. Now they say a few provisions regarding chartered accountants in practice. So let us try to have a quick look of the provisions regarding chartered accountants in practice. See, then when compared with the chartered accountants in service, chartered accountants in practice is having more importance for ethical requirements. Why? Because you are directly dealing with the people. If you are a chartered accountant in service, if you do something wrong, only your employer will be affected. But in case if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you are not working for one employer, you are working for all the clients, you are working for the society basically. So that's why if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you have done something wrong, not just one entity will get affected, many stakeholders will get affected. So that's why for a chartered accountant in practice, there are so many extra rules and regulations. So first of all, what do you mean by chartered accountant in practice? Whom do we call a chartered accountant in practice? As I have told, in order to be called as a chartered accountant in practice, first you should be a member. First you should be a member of the institute, and one more thing, you should hold a certificate of practice. As I have told, you have to submit an application along with the payment of the prescribed fees. Then ICA will give you certificate of practice. So first you should be a member of the institute, and also you should hold a certificate of practice. And one more thing they say here, sometimes it also includes such members who are deemed to be in practice. Sometimes you will be a member of ICA, but you are not holding certificate of practice, but still you will be deemed to be in practice. If you do some activities, you will be deemed to be in practice, then also you will be called as practicing chartered accountant. See, I will tell you when you will be deemed to be in practice, in what circumstances you will be deemed to be in practice, that we will see it in a short while. But for the time being now, for the purpose of definition, a chartered accountant in practice means a person who must be a member and who must also hold certificate of practice. Number two, it includes even such members who are deemed to be in practice. Sir, but who will be deemed to be in practice? That we will see it in a short while. Next. Okay, so sometimes what will happen is, so what is the significance? Sir, you are telling COP, no? What is the significance of the COP? What is the importance of that COP? So what is the importance of the COP is, a member cannot be a member is not entitled to practice. You can't carry out your practice unless you hold a certificate of practice. Just like any shop or office, you can't rent out the premises and keep a name board outside of your office and start doing practice. As a chartered accountant, if you want to carry out the practice, you must have certificate of practice. Next, annual fee has to be paid. You have to pay the annual fees, which is due on 1st of April, but the due date for paying it is 30th of September. And COP may be cancelled by the council in certain circumstances. Sometimes ICA will give you COP, but if you have done some violations, if you have done something wrong, even the ICA will cancel your certificate of practice also. Next, a member who is not in practice cannot accept engagements to provide services which are typically required for a chartered accountant. See, sometimes some services will be reserved only for chartered accountants in practice. In case if your COP has been cancelled, you can no longer continue to do some engagements. Even for doing it, you are not specifically required to be a practicing chartered accountant. Like one specific case, even we have discussed in our regular classes. Say for example, you used to be a practicing chartered accountant, and on behalf of your client, you used to act as an income tax representative. You used to act as an income tax representative on behalf of your client when you are a practicing chartered accountant. Later, your COP was cancelled. Now you can't say, even though I don't have practicing chartered accountant, income tax officer will not ask me to show my certificate of practice, still I will go and fight for the income tax case for my client. You can't say that, because in your capacity of practicing chartered accountant, you have accepted this position of income tax representative. When your COP has been cancelled, you can no longer continue to hold that position. So that is what the meaning of the point. Detailed paragraph, you will find it in the main material. You can refer to that once. And even your COP also will be cancelled. Like the way ICA will remove your name from the register of members, even ICI can remove your name. ICA can also cancel your certificate of practice. So when ICA will cancel my certificate of practice, let us try to understand it. So just give me 1 minute. Right. So when ICA will cancel my certificate of practice, so like the way as I was saying, like the way ICA will remove my name from the register of members, in some cases ICA will grant me the certificate of practice, but later it can cancel my certificate of practice also. So in what circumstances they will cancel my certificate of practice? If I have done something wrong, if my name is removed from the register of members, then automatically my COP will be cancelled. Why? Because if you are, in order to be called as a practicing chartered accountant, you must be a member. If you are not a member only, you will not be able to, if you are not a member, you will not be able to call as COP. You will not be able to hold the COP. Or if the council is satisfied that COP was issued on the basis of false or misleading information, somehow you got the COP, but later ICA realized that, council realized that you have got that certificate of practice by presenting some wrong information, false information. Later, if ICA comes to know about it, then also they will cancel your COP. Or if a person is no longer practicing, I don't want to practice, I want to go to the industry, then also they will cancel your COP. Or if you have not paid the COP fees till 30th of September. See, even COP is also not coming free of cost. It comes with charge. If you are not paying that COP fees, that too till 30th of September, then also ICA will cancel. But here also they will restore it back. And here also the same provision. If you are submitting the application within the same financial year in which your COP has been cancelled, and you are making the application and making the payment of the fees within the same financial year, your COP will be restored retrospectively. The same provision, whatever we have seen, restoration of membership, if you are making the application and making the payment of the prescribed fees within the same financial year, the same logic will even applicable for COP also. So because of non-payment of the fees, your COP has been cancelled, and in whichever financial year your COP has been cancelled, before the end of the financial year, if you have submitted the application and made the payment of the fees, ICA will restore your COP, and that too retrospectively. Next. So these are the few things regarding COP. Now, I want to address one more point here. I told that sometimes you will be deemed to be in practice, right? Sometimes a person will be deemed to be in practice, right? Even though if you don't hold COP, you will be deemed to be in practice. Sir, when I will be deemed to be in practice? If I do which kind of activities, I will be deemed to be in practice. So here they have elaborated it here. In section 2, subsection 2 says, when a member will be deemed to be in practice. So when he will be deemed to be in practice is, if you have qualified your chartered accountancy and you did not get the COP, either in your individual capacity or in partnership with other CA or in partnership with other than chartered accountants, if you are doing certain activities, then you will be deemed to be in practice. What are that activities? If you are engaging yourself into practice of accountancy, that means you have opened an office and you have started providing accountancy services. Not just providing, even if you offer to provide, you have not yet provided, just if you offered to provide the accountancy services, then also you will be deemed to be in practice. Actual provision is not necessary, just offering to provide is also enough. Or if you are offering to perform or performing services relating to auditing, verification of financial transactions, books, accounts, and records, or or preparation, verification, certification, or financial accounting and related statements. If you are offering to perform, or if you are performing these kind of activities, like you are agreeing to perform audit services, verification services, if you are offering to perform this, or if you are actually performing this, then also you will be deemed to be in practice. Then if you are rendering professional service or assistance in relation to matters of principle or detail relating to accounting procedure, that means you are providing assistance to your clients in deciding which accounting policy will be appropriate, which accounting policy will not be appropriate, then also you will be deemed to be in practice. Or if you are rendering such other services as the council may decide. If you are providing any other services, sir, what are that other services? These other services, we call them as management consultancy services. So if you are offering or performing any of this list, the list is very lengthy here, all this we call it as management consultancy services. If you are offering any of these services, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sorry, then you will be deemed to be in practice. I'm so sorry. You will be deemed to be in practice. Able to understand? So all the services, any of these services, if you are performing management consultancy services, then also you will be deemed to be in practice, and all that provisions which are applicable for a practicing chartered accountant will be applicable for you. Okay, right. So this list, I expect you to go through it once. Yeah, some points you have to be careful. On some points they will ask you a question. Like if you see here, he can perform all, if he is performing any of, he is permitted, a chartered accountant in practice is permitted to perform all these services. And if you are performing, you will be deemed to be in practice, right? But there are certain services which are prohibited. Like if you see here, from here MCQs will come. On minute details, they will ask the MCQs. Like it is clarified that activities of broking, underwriting, or portfolio management not permitted. A chartered accountant cannot do this kind of services. If you are a chartered accountant holding certificate of practice, you can't do these activities. Which activities you can't do? You can't do broking services, you can't do underwriting services, you can't do portfolio management. That is strictly prohibited, that you can't do it. Very important, on these minute details they will ask the questions, right? Yeah, so that is one thing. But as I have told, my humble suggestion, please go through this list once again. So sometimes they will say on one point they will ask, a chartered accountant is offering this kind of services, whether he will be deemed to be in practice. So like that, a few things which very frequently they ask is, like if he's acting as a recovery consultant, he's acting as a administrative services, like he's providing some administrative services like GST services and all. And very frequently, one more thing what they ask here is, yeah, this one, personal recruitment and selection, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. And yeah, that's it. So like this, if you are offering any of these services, then you will be, if you are providing any of these services, then you will be deemed to be in practice. And also apart from that, you can also act, if you are a chartered accountant and if you are also holding certificate of practice, you can act as a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbitrator, receiver, advisor, or representative. Or you can even take up any appointment made by central government, state government, or any court of law, provided your appointment is not on salary cum full-time basis. So you can take up all these positions being a chartered accountant in practice. Next. Yeah, that's it. So this is what regarding chartered accountant who is in practice. Next. Okay. So this one we will see, companies not to engage in accountancy. Companies are not supposed to engage in accountancy. ICA has strictly prohibited. So say for example, some 4 chartered accountants are there. They want to carry out the practice. So they want to carry out the practice collectively. For that purpose, they have created a partnership firm. They have created ABCD and Co. and they have created a partnership firm. And in the name of the partnership firm, they want to carry out the practice. Can they do it? Yes. Or sir, they want to create an LLP. In the name of the LLP, they want to carry out the practice. Can they do it? Yes, permitted. Sir, these are 4 chartered accountants. They want to become the directors. They want to become the promoters. They want to incorporate a company. ABCD Private Limited, they want to incorporate the company. And in the name of the company, they want to provide chartered accountancy services. They want to provide audit services, taxation services, etc. Can they do it? No. Corporate companies not to engage in accountancy. ICA has strictly prohibited that. No company, whether incorporated in India or elsewhere shall practice as chartered accountants. No company shall practice as chartered accountants. It is not permitted for you to practice in the name of the company. If you do it, then you will be liable for penalty. On first conviction, 1000 rupees. On any subsequent conviction, you will be liable for a penalty of 5000 rupees. Okay, but however, in one case, chartered accountants in practice can create the company and do the practice. What is that permitted form of corporate practice that I will explain to you in the council guidelines? So after the completion of all the schedules and all, we will do the council guidelines. Once we start discussing the council guidelines, then I will tell you one form of corporate practice is permitted. What is that one form of corporate practice which is permitted, that we will see. One exception is that general rule is companies should not engage into accountancy. Companies should not engage in practice of accountancy. But one exception is there. What is that? And what is that one exception? Very important exception from the examination point of view that we will discuss in the council guidelines. Next. Designation and all, I will cover it separately when we take up the clauses. There, this designation thing will get covered. Yeah. I think, shall we go for a break of 2 minutes or something? Shall we go for a break? So we'll do one thing. So we'll take one short break here since we have so many other provisions to cover. So we'll just take 2 minutes of break. After 2 minutes of break, we will resume our revision. Okay. So just 2 minutes of break. We will come back after 2 minutes of the break and resume our discussion. Right. Okay, guys, let us resume. Right. So we are done till chart accountant in practice. So now we are supposed to discuss regarding maintenance of branch offices. This is also one such area where in the recent times they are asking a lot of questions. See, why I am focusing on. See, generally, if you watch regular marathons and all, you will find a lot of discussion has been put into schedules. But if you pay close attention, I have spent a lot of time instead of discussing on schedules. Till now, we have spent a lot of time on discussing the content before the schedules. Why? Because ICA has recently shifted their focus. Previously, they used to ask a lot of questions from schedules, that is personal misconduct and other misconduct. But these days, they have shifted their focus from personal misconduct and other misconduct to these things, fundamental principles and these members. So on these things, they have started focusing more. So that's why I have put some focus there. So we'll go in a short while, we'll go to the schedules. But before that, let us try to quickly cover the other areas. Yeah, we are close to that schedules discussion. So maintenance of branch offices. Sir, what do they say here? Sir, I'm a chartered accountant. I have started my practice. I'm a chartered accountant. I have started my practice. Say, for example, I have started my practice in Mumbai. Sir, I want to open a branch in Delhi. I want to open a branch office in Delhi. Can I open a branch office in Delhi? Yes, 100% yes. Yes, you can open a branch in Delhi. You can have the branch offices. But the condition is ICI says that that branch should be headed by a separate in charge who shall be a member of the institute. What does the ICI say? As a chartered accountant or as an audit firm, if you want to maintain a branch office, yes, you can do it. There is no restriction on that. We don't put any restriction. But what ICI puts the condition is that branch office should be headed by a separate in charge who must be a member of the institute. That means for that branch, I have to keep a separate in charge. I should not be handling both the branches. I should keep a separate in charge who will be handling the operations of that branch, and that separate in charge and should not be my paid assistant or someone. That separate in charge should be a member of the institute. That separate in charge should be a member of institute, and that member could be either your partner or that could be your employee. That there is no objection. Either he could be an employee also, not a problem, but that other person must be a member. And even they did not mention he must be in practice. If he is a member, it will be enough. And whether that person could be your partner or even he could be your employee. However, they have given an exception. However, they have told that in some cases you can maintain the branch office without any separate in charge. The condition is if the branch office is located within 50 kilometers, if the branch office is located within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of the main office, from the municipal limits of the main office, not from the head office, from the municipal limits of the head office. If your head office is there here, from the municipal limits, from the municipal limits of the head office, if the branch office is located within 50 kilometers, within this distance, if the other office is located, it need not be headed by a separate in charge. So here, very important, guys. Say for example, if there is a head office which is there in Mumbai. Now from the Mumbai, if the second office, if the branch office is located within 60 kilometers, that should be headed by a separate in charge or not. We should not fix it. We should not directly arrive at the conclusion. Why? Because we should not calculate the distance directly from the head office. We have to calculate the distance from the municipal limits. Say for example, from the head office, the municipal limits are up to 20 kilometers. Now, if I say from the head office, the branch office is at a distance of 60 kilometers, but from the municipal limits, the branch office is located within 40 kilometers only. That branch office need not be headed by a separate in charge. Very, very important point. So if the second office is located, if the branch office is located within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits, from the municipal limits of the from the municipal limits of the head office, then it will be from the municipal limits of the head office, then it need not be headed by a separate in charge who must be a member of the institute. And also they have given few more relaxations. Sometimes some entities, some practicing chartered accountants might be practicing in hilly areas. In hilly areas, they might be practicing. Say for example, a practicing chartered accountant is practicing in Shimla. So in the hilly areas, it will be very difficult for them to practice during winters. So what ICA has given the permission is they can have their temporary areas in the plains. They can have a temporary office in the plains for a period of not exceeding 3 months in a year. For a period of not exceeding 3 months, they can move their office premises from the head office to the plains. and there also you need not have separate in charge and all. So you can come for a period of 3 months during winters and all, since you will not be able to practice in the hilly areas. You can come back, you can come to the plain areas and do the practice there. But some formalities you are required to fulfill. Regarding these formalities, there was a recent MCQ in the ICI, in the recent exam question paper. So what are that things is, so if you see here, exemptions to members practicing in the hilly areas. So those people who have been practicing in the hilly areas, they can open the temporary offices in the city in plains for a limited period of, for maximum duration of 3 months in a year. And during that temporary office, there is no requirement to close your regular office. Both the office, you can keep it open for that 3 months of duration. No need to close your regular office during that winters. And the name board at the temporary office should not be displayed at other times. Only for that 3 months, when during the winters, when you are running that office in the plains, at that point of time only the name board should be displayed. Other times the name board should not be displayed. And the temporary office should not be mentioned on the letterheads, visiting cards, or any other documents. You should not mention that address of the branch office or that office in the plain area in any of your official documents. And before commencement of every winter, you should inform the council, you should inform the institute that you are moving from your main office to the temporary office. Similarly, when you move back to your main office from the temporary office, then also you are required to intimate the ICI by way of a registered post. So follow these formalities, and if you are a person, if you are a chartered accountant or a firm practicing in the hilly areas, you will be given exemption for 3 months to run the temporary office in your plain areas. Next, yeah, as I have told, it should be headed by another member who is either a partner or your employee, doesn't matter. And one more condition they say, see, I am saying that this branch office, if it is located beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits, that should be headed by a separate in charge, no? That should be headed by a separate in charge. But ICA says one more condition, that separate in charge must be actively associated with the branch. Just for namesake, you should not appoint the separate in charge. That separate in charge must be actively associated with that branch. Sir, when I can say that the person is actively associated? Sir, when ICA will consider that person in charge has been actively associated with that branch, they have given one criteria. That person in charge should reside in such place where office is situated for a not less than 182 days in a year. In a year, that person should have visited, that person in charge, whomever you have appointed as a separate in charge, that person should have resided. That person should have resided at that place where office is located, not in the office. In that locality, he should have resided for a period of 182 days. Or if he is not residing in that place, at least he should have attended the office for a period of 182 days in a year, or any such other criteria which executive committee might decide. But for the time being now, they have told 2 criteria to determine whether the person is actively associated or not. Either he should have resided in that area for a period of not less than 182 days. If he is not residing there, at least he should have visited that office or attended that branch office for a period of not less than 182 days in a year. Okay, right. And here they have told one more important thing here. Sir, I am having an office. Outside my office, I will keep the name board of my firm, the name of the firm, partners and all. Can I have the name board outside of my residence also? You can have your name plate, your individual name plate you can have, not the name board of the firm. So very important point here. There will be no bar on putting a name board at the member's residence with the designation CA. Outside of your home, you can mention your name. Below that you can write designation chartered accountant. But name, as it is a name plate or name board of an individual, not of a firm. Sir, I am a partner of a firm, sir. Outside of my office, can I keep the name board of my firm also? No. Outside of your residence, you can only keep your name plate. You can mention your name and designation chartered accountant, firm name and all you can't mention. Next. And a few more clarifications here. Sir, some clarifications here. When there will be no need for separate in charge? When both the offices are located in the same premises. First floor also I have office, second floor also I have office. Do you think I need to appoint separate in charge? Not required. See, within 50 kilometers only, they are not asking you to appoint a separate in charge. If you are in the same building, what is the need for having a separate in charge? Next. If the second office is located in the same city, see, some cities will be very, very big. Say for example, Delhi. See, just imagine, Delhi is very big. The city itself is stretching. The municipal limits of Delhi itself is stretching for 180 kilometers. It will not be that much, just I am saying. Say for example, 100 kilometers. See, my office is located here. One office is located here. Another office is located within Delhi only. Within Delhi municipality only they have located. But the distance between the 2 offices is 90 kilometers. Am I required to have a separate in charge? No. You require separate in charge only when you go beyond the municipal limits, that also beyond 50 kilometers. Within the same municipal limits, even if you have more than one office for a distance of more than 50 kilometers also, that need not be headed by a separate in charge. Or second office is located within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits. That's all. So this is what the important discussion from maintenance of branch offices. These days they are asking a descriptive question. If a descriptive question has been missed, they will compulsorily ask a MCQ from here. Then we have already explained what do you mean by chartered accountant in service. Then there are some KYC norms. There are some KYC norms for chartered accountants in practice. Nothing but know your customer norms. So if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you need to maintain the database of your clients. You need to know your customers. Who is your client? You have to get the database. So that's why for your clients, you need to maintain one database for your clients. Like if your client is individual or proprietor, some information you have to maintain. If your client is a corporate entity like company or LLP, what details you have to information maintain. If your client is a non-corporate entity like partnership firm and all, then certain information regarding your client you have to maintain. So just give one glance about it and ignore it. So these are the KYC norms for chartered accountants in practice. Now comes the disciplinary procedure. Now we are coming to the schedules, the most important part of this professional ethics, which you all might have been waiting for. So let us try to understand now disciplinary procedure. See, as a chartered accountant, if you commit some acts, you will be considered as conducting a misconduct. Misconducting means what? Doing wrong acts. So as a chartered accountant, whether you are in service, whether you are in practice, there are some things which are expected from you. You should not be doing certain activities. So ICI has specified that activities. Where as a chartered accountant in practice or as a chartered accountant in service, if you have committed that activities, you will be considered as deemed to have conducted the misconduct. That means you have done the wrong act. And ICI has given some activities which will be deemed as professional misconduct. ICI has also given certain activities which will be deemed as other misconduct. See, other misconduct refers to those activities which are not related to my professional matters, but in my personal matters. So here, if I have to put it this way, ICI is even worried about my personal affairs also. Why? Because being a chartered accountant, say for example, there is one chartered accountant. So he has committed some murder. Tomorrow, how the news will come? A chartered accountant has committed a murder. A chartered accountant turned into a cold-blooded murder. So this is how we find the headlines, right? So that's why ICI is even concerned about our personal affairs also. Why? Because even because of some personal affairs of some chartered accountants, entire reputation might get blamed. So that's why ICI has identified certain activities. Some activities they have identified as professional misconduct. Some activities they have identified it as other misconduct. Sir, what do you mean by professional misconduct? If you see here, a member who is engaged in profession of accountancy, whether in practice or service, should conduct or restrict his actions as per the schedules. So ICI has given two schedules, first schedule and second schedule. In the first schedule, they have specified certain activities where misconduct will occur. In the second schedule also, they have specified certain activities where misconduct will occur. So as a chartered accountant, whether you are in practice, whether you are in service, you have to do your activities as per these schedules. And if the member is found guilty of any acts of omissions stated in any of the respective parts of the schedule, he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And those misconducts, those professional misconduct activities are specified in first schedule, part 1, part 2, part 3. So part 1, part 2, part 3 of the first schedule will deal about professional misconduct. Similarly, part 1 and part 2 of the second schedule also will be dealing about professional misconduct. Whereas other misconduct, for other misconduct, we have part 4 of first schedule and part 3 of second schedule. These schedules will talk about other misconduct. That is something which is not related to our professional work, something which goes beyond our professional formalities. Sir, when they are giving other misconduct, when they are telling the activities which will be treated as other misconduct or professional misconduct, why they have divided these professional and other misconduct into two parts? They could have given all the activities under one single schedule, no? So here, if you see, total under schedule 1, under first schedule, they are giving 12 plus 2, 14, 14 plus 5, 19 activities which will be deemed as professional and other misconduct. Whereas in schedule 2, in second schedule, they are giving total of 15 activities which will be treated as professional or other misconduct. sir, what is the need for dividing these professional and other misconducts into two schedules? Why can't they have included in a single schedule? Why can't they have included in a single schedule is, in the first schedule, if you have been found guilty of misconduct under first schedule, the punishments are little bit what I will say, little bit not so much severe. But in case if you have conducted, if you are brought under misconduct under second schedule, here punishments will be very, very stringent. So if you have committed any misconduct which is falling under second schedule, severe punishment will be there. If you have conducted any misconduct under first schedule, I am not telling punishment will not be there. Punishment will be there, but comparatively less punishment will be there. So if I show you here you will get to know. So if you are found guilty of first schedule, if you have committed any of the misconduct given in first schedule, what will happen is the ICA can reprimand the member. They can remove the name from the register of members. And also, they can reprimand the member. They can remove the name of the member for up to a period of 3 months. For 3 months, they can remove your name from the membership register, and they can impose a fine up to 1 lakh. If you have conducted any of the misconduct falling under first schedule. On the other hand, if you have conducted misconduct falling under second schedule, let us see the consequences. Here also they will reprimand the member. They will remove the name of the member permanently also. They can permanently, not just for 3 months, 1 year. They have the power to remove your name permanently. Once again, you cannot call yourself as a chartered accountant in your life again. And not just that, they can impose a fine which can go up to 5 lakh, 5 times of the monetary penalty they can impose. So that is what the main difference between the first schedule and second schedule. First schedule less stringent punishments, second schedule very severe punishments. Okay, so now we will try to read those activities. Now we will try to understand those activities which will be called as professional misconduct, other misconduct in relation to chartered accountants in practice, in relation to chartered accountant service, in relation to members generally. So like that, we total have 7 parts divided into 2 schedules. So all that I have included it here. So first we will begin with our first schedule. So in the first schedule we have 4 parts. Part 1 talks about those activities where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Whereas part 2 talks about those activities where a chartered accountant in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then we have part 3 where a chartered accountant in general means whether you are in practice, whether you are in service, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct only. Then we have part 4 where chartered accountants in general, whether in practice, whether in service, they will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. And under part 1 we have total 20 clauses. Under part 2 we have 2 clauses. Under part 3 we have 3 clauses, and under part 4 we have 2 clauses. Total 19 clauses we have. How many we have? Total 19 clauses we have under first schedule. So let us try to understand each and every clause in a detailed manner. Right. So coming to clause 1, part 1, first schedule, part 1, clause 1. Those circumstances where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So when a chartered accountant will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, clause 1 says if he allows any other person to practice in his name. What is the first clause? A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows other person to practice in his name. You are allowing some other person to practice in your name, unless such other person is also a chartered accountant in practice and he is in either partnership with you or he is employed by you. So you cannot allow any other person to practice in your name unless such other person is also a chartered accountant in practice, and he must be either in partnership with you or he must be employee of you. Then only you can allow such other person to practice in your name. If neither is there, that means he is not a chartered accountant, and even though he is a chartered accountant, but he is not your partner or your employee. But if you are allowing other person to practice in your name, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Like say for example, you are a chartered accountant in practice. There is a friend of you who is not a practicing chartered accountant. He did not clear his CA final. He also wants to carry out practice at his location. You are telling him, okay, you use my name and practice. You tell to other people that you are practicing in my name, you are practicing on my behalf, and do the practice on your own. Am I guilty of professional misconduct? Yes. Why? Because the other person is not a practicing chartered accountant, and he's not, also he's not a partner or employee of you. That means only which kind of persons I allow them to practice in my name is the other person should be a practicing chartered accountant plus and he should be either your partner or your employee. So if these conditions are fulfilled, only those persons I allow them to practice in my name. This is clause 1. Next, clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. All three I will try to cover in one go. So clause 2, clause 3, clause 4, what do they say here is, so till now we have been taught that sharing is caring, right? We all believe that sharing is caring. But what ICAI says, no sharing, sharing is cheating, ICAI is saying. By way of clause 2, clause 3, clause 4, ICAI is telling no sharing. If you share, that is not caring. If you are sharing, that is cheating. So it has prohibited sharing certain things. Clause 2 says you should not share your receipts with others. Clause 3 says you should not accept other receipts. Clause 4 says you should not enter into partnership. What they have told? So 3 clauses prohibits the sharing. Clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. Clause 2 prohibits you to pay a percentage or share of your revenue or profits to others. Clause 3 says if you accept a percentage or share of others' revenue, guilty of professional misconduct. Clause 4 says if you enter into partnership with others, you will be guilty of professional misconduct. However, subject to certain exceptions. Subject to some exceptions. So what ICAI has told is, okay, we will not prohibit every kind of sharing. We will permit certain kinds of sharing. We will allow you to share. We will allow you to pay a percentage of your profits to certain people. We will allow you to receive a share of others' profits from certain people. We will allow you to enter into partnership with certain people. So initially they told restriction, but later they gave little bit of relaxation. So let us see with whom I can share a percentage of my profits, with whom I can share others' profits, with whom I can enter into partnership. What has been permitted? Let us try to understand. So 2, 3, 4. I will call it as caring is cheating. I say is saying caring is sharing is cheating. Sorry. So clause 2, if you say pays or allows or agrees to pay or allow either directly or indirectly any share, any commission or any brokerage in the fees or profits of your professional business, either from your fees or from your profits, if you are paying or agreeing to pay, if you are allowing or agreeing to allow a other person, either in the name of share, commission or brokerage, whatever name you wanted to call it, you call it, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Other than that means you can pay a percentage of profits with these people. Who are that people with whom I can share a percentage of profits? Number 1, a member of the institute. If the other person is also a member of institute, need not be in practice. If other person is also a chartered accountant, you can pay a percentage of your profits to him. And also you can, if the other person is your partner, you can pay a percentage of your profits to your partner, no issue. And also retired partner, sometimes in the case of partnership firm, till the time we settle their accounts, we have to share the profits. If one partner has resigned from my firm, till the time I share his profits, I have to share a percentage of profits with him or not. So if there is any retired partner, with that retired partner also I can share a percentage of profits. Or legal representatives of a deceased partner. Sometimes one partner will expire. To the legal representatives, and once again, till the time the settlement has been made, I must be required to pay a percentage of profits to the legal representatives. That is also permitted. Or a member of any other professional body or a person having such requisite qualification. Not just a chartered accountants, ICAI has recognized some other professions, some other professional body members with whom I can share the percentage of the profits. Sir, who are that other professional bodies or who are that persons who are having the requisite qualifications? So you can share a percentage of the profits with the members of these bodies. Which bodies? Members of Institute of Company Secretaries of India, basically company secretaries. You can share your percentage of profits with Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, basically cost accountants. You can share the percentage of profits with the members of the Bar Council, basically advocates. You can share the percentage of the profits with the members of Indian Institute of Architects. You can also pay a percentage of the profits with Actuaries of India. And also they have told persons having requisite qualification, no. So who are that qualified persons with whom I can pay a percentage of the profits? First 5 are same. So basically from these 5 they have repeated. Who are that? With company secretary, cost accountant, with actuary, with even architect, bachelor in architect, and even with advocates, bachelors in law. To this 5 they have added 3 more people. A person who is having a bachelor in engineering from university established or recognized by law, a person who is having a bachelor in technology, and also a person who has done the MBA from the universities established or recognized by law or council from technical education. So if I put it all together, there are 8 such qualified persons with whom I can pay a percentage of my profits. Who are that 8 such people? Come on, tell me. Company secretary. Then we have cost accountant. I will call him as CMA or CWA. Then I can share my percentage of the profits with actuary, architect, advocate. Then they have told bachelor in engineering. Then they have told bachelor in technology. Then they have told finally a person whoever has done a MBA. So with these people, I can share a percentage of my profits with them. Okay. So once again, who and all are the persons with whom I can share the profits? Number 1, other member of the institute, other chartered accountant, a partner, retired partner, legal representatives of the deceased partner, or a members of the recognized professional body, or the members having prescribed qualifications. And how many such qualifications have been prescribed? 8 such qualifications have been prescribed. Who are they? Number 1, company secretary, CMA, actuary, architect, advocate, a person having bachelor in technology, bachelor in engineering, bachelor in MBA. Right. Next. So now there is one question. There should be one. There are some clarifications given here, sir. If I have to do the audit of the government companies, if I have to do the audit of cooperative societies, in the case of cooperative societies, I have to pay a percentage of fees with the registrar of cooperative societies for administrative expenditure. If I have to do audit of cooperative society, certain percentage of my fees should be paid to the registrar for the administrative expenses. That means I am paying a share of my profits to the cooperative society registrar. No, sir. Registrar is not falling under any of those people with whom sharing is permitted. Will I be guilty of professional misconduct? No, you will not be guilty of professional misconduct. It is permitted. Council has taken this decision. So if you are paying a percentage of your fees with the registrar in the case of audit of cooperative society, no misconduct, that is permitted. And say for example, I am a chartered accountant. I am paying 50% of my audit fees to one of my accountant as an office allowance. To one of the accountant who is not a chartered accountant, I am paying 50% in the name 50% of my fees in the name of office allowance. Will I be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? Yes. Why? Because what name you are giving is not important, substance is important. So you might give it in the name of office allowance, but ultimately what you are doing is you are sharing a percentage of the profits. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then goodwill and all. So how the goodwill proceedings and all will happen, this you can refer to it. We'll mainly talk about those things which are very important which are having a chances of getting tested in the examination. So whatever it is, clause 1 we have completed, clause 2 we have completed. Now let us look at clause 3. What is the clause 3? See, clause 1 is saying don't pay to others, no. Clause 3 is saying don't accept from others. So here also I say council has told that a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts or agrees to accept any part of the profits of the professional work of a person who is not a member of the institute. That means what is permitted here? You can share the profits you can receive a share of the profits from another member, another chartered accountant. Need not be in practice. If the other person is just a chartered accountant, from him you can get the share of the profits. You can refer the client to a chartered accountant and get the money. No issue. And also they told that, so this provided that nothing herein shall prohibit from entering into profit sharing or other similar engagements, including receiving any share, commission or brokerage in fees with member of such professional body, a person having prescribed qualification. Whatever has been prescribed under clause 2, with whomever I can pay a percentage of my profits from these people, even I can get a percentage of their profits also. So these lists will become applicable even for clause 2 and clause 3. So with these people, I can pay a percentage of my profits. From these people, I can accept a share of my profits, share of their profits. Clear? So this is clause 2. Now coming to the clause 3. Now coming to the clause 4. So what does clause 4 say? Clause 4 says you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if you enter into partnership, whether in India or outside of India, with any person. Initially they told if you are entering into partnership, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then they have added the phrase other than, which means what? They are mentioning specified category of persons. With them you can enter into partnership. Sir, with whom I can enter into partnership? A CA in practice. Very important here. For clause 2, clause 3, they told that I can pay or receive from another member. Need not be practicing chartered accountant. You can get a share of the profits, pay a percentage of your profits with other chartered accountant. Member is enough. But here if you see, for entering into partnership, they did not just say a member, they told you can enter into partnership only with a chartered accountant in practice. Very important. So for sharing, that person need not be in practice, that person can be just a chartered accountant, but for entering into partnership, the other person must be a chartered accountant in practice. And also, you can enter into partnership with a person who is a member of any other professional body having such qualification as may be prescribed. So here what they are telling is, they are also allowing you to enter into partnership with prescribed qualifications. Sir, with whom I can enter into partnership? CS, cost accountants, advocate, bachelor of engineering, architect, actuary. So if you pay close attention here, they have told with these people I can share the profits. No, with these people I can share the profits, right? With 8 persons I can share the profits, right? But for entering into partnership, I can enter into partnership with company secretary, I can enter into partnership with CMA, I can enter into partnership with actuary, I can enter into partnership with architect, I can enter into partnership with advocate, I can even enter into partnership with bachelor in engineering, but I can't enter into partnership with a person having bachelor in technology. I can't enter into a partnership with who has done a MBA. Able to understand? For clause 2 and 3, for sharing 8 prescribed qualifications have been given, but for entering into partnership, only with the 6 prescribed qualifications you can enter into partnership. With the 2 people you can't enter into partnership. For a person who is having a bachelor in technology, for a person who is an MBA, with these persons you can't enter into partnership. You can share the profits with them, but you can't enter into partnership with them. If you enter into partnership, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And also you can enter into partnership. They say one more thing here. You can also enter into partnership with a resident who, but for his residence abroad, would be entitled to be registered as member under 4 subsection 1 clause 5, which means this refers to the people who are outside of India. Sometimes with some institutes, ICA will have a memorandum. ICA will say that, say for example, one simple example I will give you. This might not be reality, but I will give you one example. Say for example, Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales is there. With ICAEW, we have a MOU. If a person who has qualified all the examination, or if a person who is a member of ICAEW, that person will be eligible to even become a member of ICI also. With such persons also, we can enter into partnership. A person who is not a resident of India, but for the purpose of but still he is eligible for registration under 4 subsection 1 clause 5. With such persons also, you can enter into partnership. Whose qualifications are recognized by council. So these are the qualifications which are recognized by the council. This we have anyhow covered it. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everyone? So this is 4 clauses. 4 clauses we have completed. So clause 1, if you allow others to practice, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. 2, 3 and 4, if you are sharing or caring with others, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then we have clause 5, very simple clause, questions will not come from here. They say that if as a chartered accountant in practice, if you are trying to secure the work from any means which are not open for a chartered accountant, if you are trying to secure the work or professional work, if you are trying to secure the work through means which are not open for a chartered accountant, see, there are only limited means from which we can obtain the work. If you want to get the clients, if you want to obtain the professional work, there are limited means. There are only certain things permitted through which we can get the work. If you are trying to secure the work by any other means, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, what are that means available for a chartered accountant? That we will see it in the next clause. In clause 6, we will try to understand. But for the time being now, this clause is very simple. From here, question will not come. So just we have to read and ignore it. So it says that secures either through the services of a person who is not an employee. You are trying to secure the work from the services of a person who is not an employee or who is not your partner, or by any means which are not open to a chartered accountant. Like for example, I appointed one marketing agent. I told him, you go in the market, try to bring the customers, I will give you 10%. So is it acceptable? No. Why? Because you are trying to secure the work or professional work or clients by way of services of a person who is not your employee, who is not your partner, or by any other means which are not open to a chartered accountant, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. But if you want to know what are the means which are open for a chartered accountant for securing the work, we need to discuss clause 6. Very important clause. Clause 6 and clause 7 are very, very important. From here, questions are going to come in the examination. So 90% of the cases, if at all in the question paper, they want to ask a question regarding other misconduct, or if at all they want to ask a question regarding misconduct, this misconduct or other misconduct, the 90% of the time the questions are going to come from these areas only, from clause 6 and clause 7 only the questions are going to come from. Okay, so let us try to understand this clause 6. So what does clause 6 say? This we will have a detailed understanding. So clause 6 says that a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he solicits the clients or the professional work either directly or indirectly by way of circular. If you are trying to secure the clients by way of a circular, or by doing advertisement, or by going and doing the personal communication, or even by doing interview, or by any other means, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, everything they have stopped now. How can I get the clients, sir? They are telling me if I try to get the clients through a circular, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Basically, I am distributing the pamphlets and trying to get the clients, guilty of professional misconduct. Advertisement I am doing, I am giving a TV ad, I am fixing a boarding or on the hoarding I am fixing, guilty of professional misconduct. Personal communication, I am going and meeting the clients personally and asking them to appoint me as their auditor, guilty of professional misconduct. Or I am doing any interview and getting the work, guilty of professional misconduct. So then what is permitted? 99% is not permitted. Only here and there some 1% is permitted. What is that permitted? That we will read it now. What is that which is permitted? That we will try to understand now. Sir, if this many things are prohibited, what I can do? So what you can do, that they have elaborated in a detailed manner. So if you see here, provided that nothing herein contained shall be construed as preventing or prohibiting any chartered accountant from applying or requesting work from another chartered accountant. So what is permitted is, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you can go and request the work from another chartered accountant in practice. That is permitted for you. And a member from responding to tenders or queries. Even there is a permission to respond to the tenders or queries, but here there is one small glitch is there. They have kept one small condition. So what condition they have kept is, when you can respond to the tenders is, so they say that when it comes to tenders, we need to check, is it open only for chartered accountants or is it open for other professionals also? Is it open for only chartered accountants or is it open for other professionals? If it is for everybody, if that work tender is not just for chartered accountants, if it is for everybody, no issue, you can respond to the tender. You can respond to the tender. However, if the tender has been released by anybody, but that work is only reserved for chartered accountants, that work is reserved only for chartered accountants, then we need to check, is the minimum fees prescribed there or not? Is the minimum fees prescribed or not? So minimum fees is prescribed in the tender or the fees is not prescribed in the tender. If the fees is not prescribed in the tender, you should not respond. You should not respond. However, if the fees is prescribed in the tender, even though it is reserved for the chartered accountants, you can respond to that inquiry. You can respond to that inquiry. This is what the glitch they have kept it there. So for tenders or inquiries, you can respond provided with these conditions. So that's what even they say here. So if you look at it will not prohibit a member from responding to tenders or inquiries issued by various users of professional services or organizations and securing professional work as a consequence. But as I've told that tenders and all, that whatever I have explained, responding to tenders, where is it? Okay, so somewhere they will try to keep it, but this is what the explanation I have given it already. Okay, we will come across, anyhow we will come across that. There we will try to elaborate it. Yeah, see here, responding to tenders or advertisements. So a chartered accountant in practice shall not respond to those areas which are exclusively reserved for a chartered accountants. However, if the minimum fees is prescribed, you can respond to it, right? So this is what the conclusion here. Next, sir, now a few more clarifications. Advertisements and note in the press. Sir, can I release an advertisement in the newspaper? No, prohibited. You can't do it. So you can't give an advertisement in the newspapers. You can't distribute the pamphlets and all. That is strictly prohibited. However, some limit, even personal canvassing or canvassing of clients through employees of the previous employer is also not permitted. You can't even go and do the personal canvassing. Like for example, if you know you used to work with some canvassing for clients through employees of the previous employer. So your previous employer is there, or you have some, if I put it in simple way, you have some known contacts. Through known contacts, you are going and doing your personal canvassing. Personal canvassing in the sense you are going and promoting yourself. That is also prohibited. But however, some kind of some small advertisements can be permitted. So what kind of advertisements can be permitted is, what kind of securing of the work is permitted is, this I have already told, a chartered accountant can secure the work from another chartered accountant. So here, if there is any change in the partnership, if there is any changes in the partnership, or a firm has been dissolved, like a firm has been dissolved, some new partner has joined, existing partner has resigned, or there is a change in practice address, change in address of the firm, or change in telephone numbers, for this you can give a limited advertisement that so and so dissolution has taken place, so and so change has taken place, your office has been changed, your contact details have been changed. Just a bare statement of facts only you have to mention. Just a bare statement, this change has happened, our mobile number has been changed from this to this, our address has been changed from this to this. That too you have to give attention to the circulation, where these things are getting circulated. In your locality only it should be circulated. So bare statement of the facts you can mention in case of change in addresses and all. And one more thing here, you can also give advertisement in institutes, journals or newsletters. Institute will have student journal, member journal they will have, and also I say newsletter will come. In that newsletters also you can give advertisement for what? For seeking the partnership or for seeking the employment of accountancy nature. If you are seeking partnership, if you are seeking employment, for that you can give an advertisement in the institute's journal or a newsletter, and you can include in that advertisement your name, your address, your telephone, your fax number, and even your email and social networking addresses also you can provide. Even factual experience and specialization also you can include. Regarding that partnership, what expertise you are having, that also you can include it, where only in the institute's journal. Next one, sir, empanelment. Can I make a request to have my name included in the empanelment? Say for example, some empanelment is there, bank empanelment is there. So now in that bank empanelment, I want to have my name entered. Can I make an application having my name entered in the empanelment? Yes. If the existence of empanelment is in your knowledge, yes, you can make a request asking your name to be included in that empanelment. But however, what is prohibited is roving inquiries you should not do. What is not permitted? Roving inquiries you should not do. That means you should not continuously keep on asking them, sir, have you included by name? I will do audit like this, I will do audit like this. Why don't you assign that project to me? That roving inquiries you can't do. Next. Sir, can I quote the fees while asking my while making a request for entering my name in that empanelment? Can I quote the fees? No, directly you can't directly you can't quote the fees unless it is inquired from. If that respective authority is inquiring, sir, what is the price which you quote, then only you can quote it. Without their request, you voluntarily should not go and quote the prices for the services which you are offering. Next. Sir, can I write the books, articles, presentation? Yes, you can write the books, articles and presentation. So I have even prepared a summary here, what you can include, what you cannot include. Like if you are doing advertisements in institutes, journal, newsletter, or seeking professional work, in the institute journal, you can mention name, your address also you can mention your telephone, fax numbers, factual experience you can mention. Sir, I am writing a book, article or presentation. What I can include in that article, in that book or in my presentation? I can mention the name of the firm. I can mention the designation chartered accountant also. Sir, can I explain the professional attainments in the book? In the article, can I write about my all professional attainments? No. These many years of service I have, this is my project, these are my clients. Can I say that? That is strictly prohibited. Professional attainments, you can't do it. Next. Sir, can I issue greeting cards or wedding invitation, etc.? Yes, you can do it. And in that greeting cards or wedding invitations and all, you can use a designation chartered accountants also. And even firm name is also permitted. But there also professional attainments, you can't do it. And however, one more thing you have to do, that greeting cards or invitations, you have to give it only to your clients, relatives, friends and family members. That's all. Not for everybody. You should not go and distribute that to everyone. So only limited circulation should be there. So that's why if you see here, in the case of greeting cards or invitations, name of the firm is permitted, chartered accountant designation is permitted. Once again, professional attainments are not permitted. Next. Sir, one firm has completed silver, gold and platinum centenary celebrations, 25 years, 50 years, 75 years, 100 years. For that, they can give advertisement. Yes, they can give advertisement. This ICA has considered keeping in mind the requirements of socialization and relationship building. Yes, you can give one small congratulation message or a newspaper advertisement saying that they have completed gold and silver, platinum or centenary celebrations. Sponsorship activities. Sir, can I sponsor? Sir, IPL match is happening. My firm is a very big firm. Can I sponsor for the IPL match? No, you can't do it. So you are not permitted to sponsor any event. However, one permission is there. You can sponsor the event conducted by program organizing unit of ICI, that too with the prior approval of CPE directorate. So you can sponsor any event conducted by ICI, but for that you need to get the prior approval of the CPE. Next. Sir, can I do CSR activity? Can I donate a refrigerator to a charitable institution? Can I donate a bench in the park? Yes, you can do it. Do the CSR activities. Sir, I have donated a bench in the park. On the bench, I want my name, designation, chartered accountant, my firm name, when my firm is established, all that. Can I place it? No. So in case of CSR activities, what they have told is only use the prefix CA. So for the CSR activities, what you should do, only before your name CA, not even designation chartered accountant, only prefix is permitted. Before your name, use the prefix CA. That's all. Next, advertisement of teaching, coaching activities by the members. So see, a member who is in practice can also engage in teaching subject to the teaching hours and all that we will discuss in one more clause here. Sir, but I want to have a hoarding of my educational institution. I am a chartered accountant. I am also running a coaching institute. I want to have a very big hoarding. Can I do that? Displaying my association with a coaching institute. They want to do it. Say for example, I am associated with some big educational academy. Now that big educational academy at the center of the city, they are placing a very hoarding. We are happy to get associated with CA Mahamood Shaik. Is it permitted? No, it is not permitted. Right. So, advertising such activities will amount to indirect solicitation. So you should refrain from such advertising. And also, sir, outside my education institution, can I place a name board? Yes. If I am running an education institution on my own, outside my tuition center or outside my coaching center, can I have a name board? Yes, you can have a sign board outside of your coaching premises where you can mention your name, contact details and what subjects you are teaching. But however, when it comes to the board and all, I say guidelines are there. That signboard guidelines you have to follow. Sir, can I share my profile with a prospective client? I came to know that one of the client is looking for some services. Can I go and share my profile with them? No, that is also not permitted. You can't go and share your profile with a prospective client unless they are coming and requesting you. Sir, I am a chartered accountant of one production house. Can my name come in the movie credits after the completion of the movie? Movie credits will come, no? In that movie credits, can my name be displayed? Yes, but however, care should be taken that whatever font that is getting used for all other text, the same font should be used for you. No unnecessary highlighting should happen. Sir, can I make roving inquiries? Roving inquiries is strictly prohibited. Can I seek work from professional colleagues? Yes, you can seek the work from the professional colleague, from another chartered accountant. You can seek the work. Sir, can I give representation? See, under Companies Act, if the company doesn't want to reappoint you, or if the company doesn't want to appoint you somebody else in your place, then as per the Companies Act, you will have a right to make a representation letter. Sir, in that representation letter which I am giving, can I make a request requesting the shareholders to appoint me once again? No, you cannot do that. But what you can say in that representation letter is, you can say that in a dignified manner, you can say that you have been independent and you have done the audit in a conscious manner, and if at all appointed, you are willing to continue. In this manner, you have to say. You should not request in the representation letter, I have done the work sincerely, I am an independent person, please do reappoint me, I will get appointed as auditor once again. That you should not do. Next, see, there is one chartered chartered accountant, Mr. A. Now, this Mr. A chartered accountant is having another chartered accountant friend, Mr. B. Now, Mr. A introduced this Mr. B to the client. Now, this client wants to offer some work to this chartered accountant directly. Can this chartered accountant accept it? No. Why? Because for this chartered accountant, this relationship, he was introduced to this client by Mr. A. So, this chartered accountant, being professional, he should ask the client to, if at all they want to offer him any work, they should ask him to come through that another chartered accountant who has introduced them to him. So that's what they have told. Acceptance of original professional work by a member emanating from a client introduced to him by another member. So you should not accept it. You have to ask that client to come through that friend only. Giving public interview. So, sir, can I give interview? Yes, you can give interview, but however, in that interview, no publicity, nothing should happen. You should not go and disclose your professional attainments there. Any information you are providing should be factual. That also only when question has been asked to you. Next. Sir, can I advertise in the box numbers? No, that is also prohibited. Sir, can I do educational videos on the YouTube? Yes, do it. But don't refer to the CA form. You should not mention the name of your CA form. And very important, you should not include the contact details or website address. That is strictly prohibited. Contact details and website address should never be given in your YouTube videos. So firm name you should not give. Contact details or website details also you should not give. So this is what clause 6 is all about. So what does clause 6 say? A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he secures the work, if he is soliciting the clients or professional work by way of circular, advertisement, press release, etc. Then 7th one, a chartered accountant will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he displays his professional attainments or uses a designation other than chartered accountant. See, 5, 6 and 7. These three are related to advertisement. How you can secure the work, how you cannot secure the work. This three is one cluster. These three activities are one cluster: professional, attainments, and designations. So clause 7 says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he advertises his professional attainments or uses any designation or expression other than chartered accountant. So you can designate yourself only as a chartered accountant. You cannot use along with your designation other designations, like you can't say I'm a MBA, I'm a MCom. So all that I'm an MBA, MCom. So some exceptions are there. Sorry, I don't want to keep it like this. So say for example, I'm a chartered accountant and also I'm a corporate lawyer. So or I'm something else. Can I disclose that extra designation along with my chartered accountancy? No, subject to some exceptions. Some designations I can use it. So what designations I can use along with chartered accountant? If it is a degree of a university established by law in India, like BCom, MCom, if it is a degree of a university, I can use it. I can designate it. If it is recognized by chartered accountant, if that qualification is recognized by central government, sorry, or if the title is indicating the membership of ICA or any other institute that has been recognized by central government or recognized by council. So ICA has recognized, ICA is generally having MRA or MOUs with other institutes. If you are also the member of that other institutes which are recognized by the council and the government, generally with which ICA is having MOU or MRA, those entities membership also you can indicate. Like for example, as I was telling, your ICA is having the MRA or MOU with ICAEW. If you are also a member of ICAEW, you can use along with your chartered accountancy designation that you are a member of ICAEW also. And few more things are permitted here. Sir, can I use a designation corporate lawyer? Prohibited. You can't use a designation corporate lawyer. Sir, I am a member of parliament or municipal councillor. I am a person who is also leading some statutory position, like I am a member of parliament or I am a municipal councillor. I am holding this position. Can I use in my visiting cards or in my official documents along with the chartered accountant that I am a MP, MLA, MLC? Can I use that? No. But one permission is there. If you are also a insolvency professional and also a registered valuer, this you can use it along with your chartered accountancy designation. So if you are also a insolvency professional, if you are also a registered valuer, if you have these qualifications, ICA has given the permission, you can use this along with your chartered accountancy designation. So I should have one PDF. Let me share that with you. I have one summary for this also. Just give me 1 minute. Yes, clause 7, sorry. Yes, see here. So from here we will try to quickly revise it. So what designations? So I have done what are the permitted actions, what are the prohibited actions, both we will try to cover. So I can use a designation chartered accountant. If any degree of university is there, that I can use it. Or I can also indicate membership of ICA or any other institute recognized by ICA or council. What is prohibited? Advertising my professional attainments. Nowhere I have to advertise my professional attainments. And also I cannot use unauthorized designations. Apart from this, I can't use any unauthorized designations. And few specific designations are permitted. What are they? I can use the designation insolvency professional or registered valuer. This I can use it. What is prohibited? Can I designate myself as corporate lawyer? No, prohibited. Can I designate myself as MP or MLA or MLC? No, prohibited. Next, firm and practice details. Sir, on my letterheads, on my official documents, can I mention the date of setting up of practice? No, you can't mention the date of setting up of practice. Or can I mention the date of establishment of the firm? That also you can't mention. So that is strictly prohibited. Date of starting of the practice, date of establishment of the firm, all these things are prohibited. Sir, if I am a chartered accountant, but also I am practicing as, along with the chartered accountancy, if I am also practicing as advocate or company secretary or CMA, if I am doing multiple practices, generally it is not allowed. If at all permission is there, what you can do is, if you are practicing multiple professions, then both designations you can't use simultaneously. Which means what? Say for example, you are practicing as a chartered accountant and you are also permitted to practice as advocate. Then in respect of matters where you are practicing in the capacity of a chartered accountant, for those matters you have to use the designation chartered accountant, and those matters in which you are practicing in the capacity of an advocate, there you have to use a designation only advocate. Both simultaneously you can't use it. Depending on the matter which you are representing, that respective designation you have to use it. That's what they say here. Next, firm name usage. Right. So if you see this here, this we will try to see. right? So individual member can use the prefix CA before his name. He can make the prefix CA, that you can use it. A firm of chartered accountants shall use a designation chartered accountants. The name below the name of the firm, if you want to designate that firm, you can use chartered accountants. That designation you can use for the firm as well. And you cannot use any logo of your own kind. ICA is having its own CA logo. This logo has also undergone some changes in the recent past. That new logo with the Indian flag related tick mark, so that logo only you have to use it. Any other logo, your own logo, your name related logo, all that is strictly prohibited. Only logo of ICA you can use it. Sir, one of my article assistant, I am an audit firm, one of my article assistant who is working under me, he has achieved a rank in the CA examination. Can the newspaper advertisement be given? Yes. Advertisement regarding success of a person can be given, but in that advertisement details should be restricted. Like you should only mention candidate's name, their address, their school, their local background, their exam passed, in which exam they have passed, with any prize or place gained, name of the principal you can mention, firm you can mention, town of the principal also you can mention. That's it. Apart from this, only because of working in this firm he has secured the rank. This firm is having multiple client base. All that you can't expect it. All that you can't do it. And also you should restrict the circulation of your reports also. Your reports also should be circulated in a restricted manner. Why? Because your reports will be generally given on letterheads. It should not be given to people, those who are not required it. Why? Because reports is also a form of advertising. Next, sir, can I appear in the electronic media? Yes, you can appear in the electronic media. You can go and participate in the electronic media, but there also what is prohibited is you cannot make exaggerated claims or comparisons. You can't say I'm the best in the industry, I'm doing that in this, that you can't do. And you also cannot mention the CA firm where you are a partner or proprietor. You cannot mention even the name of the firm. So only you can designate yourself as a chartered accountant, and for the matter on which you have been called to give the interview, for that matter, if you have any special qualification, that you can mention. Special qualification relevant to the subject matter, that you can include it. Firm name can be included, but without making exaggerated claims and all. Right. Contact details and website address in the educational videos is also prohibited. Then what? That's it. All the other things we have covered. Institute membership you have to mention. Members may update educational videos on the internet, but without referring the CA firm name or contact details and website addresses. Sir, can I conduct a training or seminar? For example, GST Act, a new budget has come. On this new budget, I want to conduct a seminar for my staff. Can I conduct it? Yes. Sir, along with my staff in my firm, my friend's firm is there. Their staff also want to attend this seminar. Can I allow them? Yes. But for that seminar, you will give the material, no? In that material, your name, your unnecessary publicity should not happen. So that's what they say here. You can conduct training courses or seminars to your staff and others' staff. But what is prohibited is undue prominence to the CA's name in the booklet or the document should not be given. That is prohibited. Can I write the articles, letters to the press? Yes, you can do it. You can designate yourself as a chartered accountant, but you can't use the name of the firm, and all that things are prohibited. Sir, signboard. Sir, can I use the signboard? Yes, you can use the signboard for your firm. Can I have glowing lights? No, all that you can't do. So you can use the colors as per the discretion and good taste, but what is prohibited is glow signs and large boards are prohibited. Sir, I'm a director of the company. Sir, if I'm a director of the company, generally, if you look at the annual reports of the companies, they do a lot of praising for their directors. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm into practice. I'm also a director of the company. That company has released their annual report. In their annual report, they are telling a lot of things about me. They are saying that this person is an experienced person. He has worked in various industries and all. He's into a lot of years of practice. Is that permitted? No. Even if the company is giving all that information, you will be liable for misconduct. So that's why if you are working as a director of some company, you ask them, sir, before you publish information, anything about me, share it with me. I will tell you what has to be included, what has not to be included. That information only you have to publish. So right, if you see here, then what can be permitted, what can be included in the documents, they can mention along with your name, chartered accountant, they can mention how many directorships he is holding. That is also permitted to be mentioned. And members should notify management. As I have told, members should tell the management, sir, don't mention the name of the firm. Don't mention don't do professional attainments display. So better what you do is, before you want to publish any information regarding me, just to show that information to me, I will give you approval, then only you publish it. So that thing you have to do. So this is regarding public announcement of directors. So this PDF also I will share it with you. So, and this is the summary. This is one simple summary if you want. This is one simple summary. What is permitted, what is not permitted. Right. Fine. With this we have completed clause 7 also. Clause 7 also. 3 clauses we have done. So 3 clauses are talking about advertisements. Number 1, securing the work through other means. Clause 6 says soliciting the clients or professional work by way of circular, advertisement, etc. Clause 7 says display of professional advertisements and using a designation other than chartered accountant. Now 8 and 9 talks about legal responsibilities or professional responsibilities, I will say. Clause 8 says that if you are a chartered accountant in practice and if you are accepting any position as an auditor which was previously held by another practicing chartered accountant, you must first communicate with him in writing. If you are accepting any position as an auditor which was previously held by another practicing chartered accountant without first communicating with him in writing, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So that's what they have told in clause number 8. So if you see here, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts a position as an auditor which was previously held by another chartered accountant or certified auditor who has been issued a registration. Another certified, these are the people who are who used to act as chartered accountants before CA Act has come into picture. You can ignore it. So if you accept any position as an auditor which was previously held by another chartered accountant without first communicating with him in writing. So you must first communicate with the previous auditor in writing, then only you can accept your position as an auditor. However, sir, here some clarifications. Is it required for all audits? Yes, for all kind of audits it is required, be it statutory audit, tax audit, income tax audit, GST audit, internal audit, any audit. If the previous position was held by another chartered accountant, you must communicate with him in writing. Sir, is it required to be communicated even if the previous auditor is not a chartered accountant? Advisory, recommendatory, not compulsory. I am accepting a position as an auditor, but the previous auditor was not a chartered accountant. Am I required to communicate with him also in writing? It is just recommendatory, not mandatory. Next, sir, in government audits, what will happen is I have to give my acceptance in a very short span of time. In the government audits, if I want to get appointed as an auditor, I have to give my acceptance in a short period of time. The government entities will not wait till the time I communicate with the previous auditor, get the response and give the approval. The government entities will not wait. In those cases, what you can do is you can give a conditional acceptance. You can give a conditional acceptance and mention there that this final acceptance will be complete only when he get the response from the previous auditor. So you can give a conditional acceptance in the case of government audits where you don't have enough of time to communicate with the previous auditor. So you can give conditional acceptance, but you have to clarify that appointment will be subject to any professional objections. Sir, I have communicated with the previous auditor. How long I have to wait for his reply? For a reasonable period of time you have to wait. If within reasonable period of time, if you are not getting response, continue accepting the engagement. Sir, what will be a reasonable period of time? That all depends on the facts and circumstances. Sir, how I have to post it? If I do a registered post, will it be enough? No. Just sending through a registered post alone will not be enough. You have to communicate with him under certificate of posting. You have to send it with the under certificate of post, not under certificate of posting. You have to send it by way of registered acknowledgement due. Yeah, just if you do speed post, registered post, that alone will not be enough. You have to do that. You have to do that communication by way of registered acknowledgement due. If you are doing it through physical form, you have to get it done through registered acknowledgement due, or if possible, you can go and give the physical delivery with that previous auditor, or even you have to get the acknowledgement for the retiring auditors registered with the institute or last known email address. Or if you are sending an email, you ask that other person to give a reply that he has received that communication from me, or UDIN also you can generate it. Now, in some cases, what will happen is I have sent the letter, but that office was found locked. That means it was returned back. It was not delivered because office was found locked. Then it will be deemed as delivered. You have sent it to the correct address, but the office was found locked. Then it will be deemed to have been delivered. You can continue accepting the engagement. You have not done any misconduct there. Sir, I have sent an address. I have communicated with the previous auditor, but the office itself is not found, sir. As per the address available as per ICA records, I have done the post, but that office is not found at the given address. Then also it will be deemed to have been delivered and you can continue accepting the engagement. And one thing they say here, In one case, you should not accept the engagement. Say, for example, a client has approached you asking you to do the engagement. ICA says in one case, you should not accept the engagement. When you should not accept the engagement is if you came to know that your prospective client has not made the payment of undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor. As a part of communication with the previous auditor, you came to know that your client has not paid the payment of undisputed audit fees to the client, to the auditor. Sir, what do you mean by undisputed audit fees? The fees for which a provision has been created in the books of accounts. If the company has created provision in the books of accounts, that means they have agreed that they have an obligation to pay the fees, but they have not yet paid it to the previous auditor, then you should not accept such engagement. However, if the client is sick unit, that's why they have not made the payment of undisputed that's why they have not made the payment of undisputed audit fees, then you can accept the audit. But if your client is a good entity, not a sick unit, but you are not making the payment to the undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor, don't accept that engagement. ICA has prohibited you from doing it. So this is what regarding clause 8. Then we have clause 9. Clause 9 says that a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts a position as an auditor of a company without first checking whether his appointment is made in accordance with the compliance with the sections of the Companies Act. If the chartered accountant accepts his position as an auditor of a company without first checking whether the provisions of section 139 and 140 have been complied with or not, without checking the compliances of the Companies Act, if he accepted the position as an auditor, then also he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Like as we all are aware, under section 139, 140, so many regulations are there. Like if you are getting appointed as a first auditor, board resolution will be required. If you are getting appointed as a subsequent auditor, shareholders resolution will be required. If it is a casual vacancy, board resolution. If it is a casual vacancy because of resignation, a board resolution along with the shareholders resolution will be required. So you need to go through various documents. Like if it is a board resolution, go through the board meeting resolutions. Shareholder resolutions you have to check. Special resolution. In case if the previous auditor was removed, central government approval. So all these things, all these requirements are there under section 139 and 140. We need to check that whether our appointment has been made only after compliance with section 139 and 140 of the Companies Act. We need to check all the related documents to make sure that our appointment has been done as per the provisions of the Companies Act. Next. So that is what clause 9 say. So as I have told, all the formalities you can refer to it. Next. Clause 10. Let us come to the clause 10. So clause 10 says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. If I have to tell you one summary to remember, if you are either charging your fees on a contingent basis, or if you are accepting your fees as a percentage of the profits or percentage of the outcome, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So that's what they say here. If we read it, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he charges, or if he offers to charge, or if he accepts or offers to accept in respect of any professional employment a fees which is based on percentage of profits or which is contingent upon findings. That means the client is saying you do the work depending on the outcome of your work, I will tell you the fees. Or the client is saying I will pay you 10% of my profits as a fees, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, in some engagements, you can decide your fees either as a percentage of profits or contingent upon findings. Some engagements you can get your fees either as a percentage or you can get a contingent fees. In which circumstances I can get a percentage or contingent fees? Number one, if you are acting as a receiver or liquidator, then you can get a percentage of realization of assets or disbursement. If you are an auditor of cooperative society, then fees can be paid on the basis of a percentage of paid up capital or working capital. If you are doing the valuation for the purpose of direct taxes, this is very, very important. From here also they will ask a question. They will say you are doing the valuation not for direct tax purposes, you are doing valuation for loan purposes, then you can't accept your fees as a percentage. If you are doing the valuation for the purpose of direct taxes or duties, then you can decide your percentage on the basis of property value. Certain management consultancy services. So if you are providing certain management consultancy services, there also you can decide the contingent fees. If you are doing fundraising services, you can get the fees as a percentage of fundraised. If you are doing debt recovery, as a percentage of debt recovered. If you are doing cost optimization services, as a percentage of benefit derived, or any other services, under clause H they have added two new things. If you are acting as an insolvency professional, then also you can get the percentage. If you are doing any non-assurance services to the non-audit clients, for one client you are not doing any audit, and for that client you are doing non-assurance services. So non-assurance services to non-audit clients, in these cases also you can get the fees either as a percentage or contingent fees, you can get it. And recently one council decision is there, they have added one more service where we can get the fees as a percentage of the profits. So one more service also they have given, yeah, this one. It is permissible for a member in practice to charge fees on a percentage of utilization of an educational institution for certifying the amount spent by educational institution. So in some cases you are required to certify the amount spent by educational institution. There you might get a fees as a percentage of utilization amount of that educational institution. This is also one such thing which has been recently added, where you can charge your fees either as a percentage or contingent fees you can charge. So this is what regarding clause 10. Then clause 11. Clause 11 says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he engages in other business or occupation apart from chartered accountancy. So if you see here, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are engaging in any business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountant, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, certain things are permitted. Apart from chartered accountancy, you can also engage in some other activities which will not make you guilty of professional misconduct. What activities I can do? Like you can act as a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbitrator, receiver, representative for costing or financial matters. You can take an appointment of central government, state government, or even you can act as a secretary in your professional capacity, provided the employment is not on a salary come full-time basis. These engagements you can do. You will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, institute has also given certain activities where you can accept your position, where you can do along with your chartered accountancy these other activities without any permission, which I call it as general resolution. Certain activities has been generally permitted to be rendered by the practicing chartered accountants. Sir, what they can do? Number one, you can act as an employee under another practicing chartered accountant or firm of chartered accountants. Not in the industry, guys. You can be an employee under another CA or another firm of CS. Or you can do private tutorship. What do you mean by private tutorship? One-to-one tutorship that you can do without any permission. You can do authoring of books and articles. You can write books and articles. You can even hold LIC agency only for getting renewal commission, not for selling new policies. You can get renewal commission. You can attend classes, appear for any examination. You can hold elective offices of MP, MLA and MLC. You can also hold honorary office leadership of charitable, educational or other non-commercial organizations. You can also hold honorary office leadership of charitable, educational or other non-commercial organizations. Not for commercial organizations, for other than commercial organizations, you can hold honorary positions. You can act as a notary public, justice of peace, special executive magistrate. You can do part-time tutorship under coaching institute of ICA. Under coaching organization of institute, you can do a part-time tutorship. If you want to do full-time tutorship, you need specific permission. And also if you want to do even part-time tutorship under other than ICA, then also you need specific permission. General permission is there only for doing part-time tutorship, that too under institute. You can also value the papers, act as a paper setter, head examiner or moderator, not just for ICA exam, for any exam. And you can also do editorship of professional journals. If you do editorship of other than professional journals, you need specific permission. Acting as a surveyor, loss assessor under Income Tax Act, if qualified, that you can do. Acting as a recovery consultant, that too in the banking sector. Sir, if I want to act as a recovery consultant, not in the banking sector, for other than banking sector, if I am acting as a recovery consultant, without specific permission of ICA, guilty of professional misconduct. Or if you want to own agricultural land, carry out agricultural activity, that is also permitted. Now they have given few more activities for which a specific permission is required. I will say you need not remember. Just remember these activities which are generally permitted. In the exam, if they give you any activity which is not falling under this list, for that you need a specific permission. That's all. And when it comes to training and all, when it comes to that educational institutions and all, they have put one restriction on the number of hours. So they say that if you can do part-time tutorship under institute without any specific permission, generally granted. With a specific permission, you are doing tutorship under other institute, or you are doing full-time tutorship under institute with a special permission, but there is a subject to a maximum limit. The maximum limit put is it should not exceed 25 hours per week. So council passed a resolution granting general permission for private and part-time tutorship under ICI coaching, and specific permission for part-time or full-time tutorship under other educational institutions. You can do it by getting special permission, but there is a limit there, maximum 25 hours per week. Next, coming to a few more things here. Sir, can a chartered accountant in practice, can he be a director? Yes, he can be a director simpliciter. other than managing director, but he can't be a managing director. He can only be a normal director. See, director simpliciter he can be. Next, however, Ethical Standards Board has clarified one point: auditor of a subsidiary company cannot be a director in its holding company. If you are conducting auditor of some subsidiary company, you cannot be a director in its holding company. One council decision they have taken. Sir, can he be a promoter or director? Yes, he can be a promoter or director. No permission will be required. Sir, can he be a member in practice and also do it and also be a part of HUF business? Yes, he can do it, but he has to prove that he did not start that business. That business has come to him as a part of inheritance, succession, or partition, and he is not actively engaged in the business. That you can prove it, then you can get the, then you can be a member in the HUF also. Next. Yeah, this is what regarding clause 11. Then we have the last clause in part 1 of the first schedule, which says if you are a chartered accountant in practice and if you are allowing other persons to sign on your behalf, then also you'll be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So they say that if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are allowing a person who is not a member of the institute in practice or a member not being his partner to sign on his behalf or his firm any balance sheet P&L. So that means you can only allow such other person to sign on your behalf if that other person is also a member in practice and also he is your partner. So only the other person who is also a chartered accountant in practice, that too who is your partner, they can only sign the other documents on your behalf. Other than that, if you are allowing any other person to sign on your behalf, they will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, you can't expect the chartered accountants to sign each and every document. Some formalities will be there, some formal documents will be there. So these documents you can allow anybody to sign. Like issue of audit queries, you need not sign it. You can delegate that work to article assistants or paid assistants also. Asking for information or issue of questionnaire, that also you can delegate. Letter forwarding draft observations, not final report, draft observation report, you can allocate that, you can allocate signing to any other person. Initiating or stamping of the vouchers, delegated to anybody. Acknowledging and carrying out routine correspondence with the client, delegated. Issuance of memorandum of cash verification, etc. You can acknowledge, you can delegate that power to others. Acknowledgements for records produced, raising of the bills, attending routine matters in tax practice. From here questions have come. Even for these routine matter submission to the tax authorities, that also you can delegate. The signing power to your staff, and any other matter incidental to office administration. So these are the documents where you can delegate the power to sign. But other documents you can only get them signed on your behalf if the other person is also a chartered accountant in practice or that person is your partner, right? That's it. So this is what regarding clause 12. So with this we have completed part 1 of the first schedule, which says if I have to tell you one logic for remembering, so how you can remember is 1 and 12, clause 1 and 12, allowing others. Clause 1 and 12 is talking about allowing others. Clause 1 says if you allow any other person to practice. Clause 12 says if you allow any person to sign. That is clause 1 and 12, first and last. 2, 3, 4, as I have told, no sharing. No, you don't pay to others, don't receive from others, don't enter into partnership. 5, 6, 7, it is talking about securing the work. Clause 5 says don't secure by inappropriate means. Clause 6 says don't solicit the work or professional clients by way of circular advertisements, etc. Clause 7 says don't display the professional attainments, don't use a designation other than chartered accountant. Then 8 and 9 talk about professional formalities. Clause 8 says you have to communicate with the previous auditor. Clause 9 says you have to check the compliance with section 139 and 140. 10 and 11 is talking about greediness. 10 and 11 says to the auditor, don't be greedy, don't show your greediness. Clause 10 says if you are a chartered accountant, don't engage in other, clause 10 says if you are a chartered accountant, you should not accept your fees which is contingent or percentage of profits. And clause 11 says don't engage into any other occupation apart from chartered accountancy. So this is how you can club and remember. So whatever it is, we have completed part 1 of the first schedule. Then coming to the part 2 of the second schedule, it contains 2 clauses which says about when a chartered accountant in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So they say that a chartered accountant in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. 2 clauses they have told. Clause 1 they told, when you are as a chartered accountant in service, if you are agreeing to pay a percentage of your remuneration to others. So like for practicing chartered accountant, they have told they should not pay a percentage of their profits to others. Similarly, if a chartered accountant in service is paying a percentage of their remuneration or emoluments to others, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. But that doesn't mean that you should not share with your family or dependents. You can share it with your family or dependents. Apart from that, like for securing the job, you have agreed with one person that if you secure me a job, I will pay you percentage of your salary. That is prohibited. Similarly, you can't receive the fees from, if you are agreeing to receive a percentage of others revenue, like you have a friend who is a lawyer, you told your friend that I will ask my employer to appoint you as a lawyer, my company will pay you fees, no, pay me a percentage. Or I'm an employee of some company, I have a chartered accountant who is my friend, I told to my friend I will make my company appoint you as an auditor, but I want a percentage of the fees from you. So like this, if you are trying to agree other person share from other percentages, other person's income, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So these two are applicable for chartered accountant in service. Then we have part 3, where they have told 3 clauses where a chartered accountant in general, whether you are in practice, whether you are in service, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So what are the 3 clauses? If you are not a fellow of the institute, if you are not a FCA, but still you are representing yourself as a FCA, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. If you are not submitting the information, if you are, this clause I wanted to read it here. So clause 2, if you see, does not supply the information called for, or you are not complying with the requirements asked by institute, council, its committee director, board of discipline, disciplinary committee, quality review boards, or the appellate authority. That means you are not complying with the requirements of these regulating authorities, or you are not submitting the information, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, whether you are in practice or service. Then we have clause 3. So what does clause 3 say is, when you are securing the work, see some modes of work we can secure, no, like we can secure the work from another chartered accountant. So when you are securing the work through permitted means, but you are securing the work on the basis of providing wrong information, you are providing false information and securing the work, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, whether you are in service or whether you are in practice. So these are the 3 cases where a chartered accountant in general will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now we have part 4, where chartered accountant in general, whether in service, whether in practice, is deemed to be guilty of professional other misconduct. So when a chartered accountant will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct, so they say that, if you read it here, if he is held by court, any civil or criminal court, for an offence which is punishable with imprisonment for not exceeding 6 months. If you have committed any crime in your personal affairs and a civil court or criminal court has passed an order and they have punished you with imprisonment for up to 6 months, then you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under first schedule. Whereas, sir, what if I am punished with imprisonment for more than 6 months? If you are punished with imprisonment for more than 6 months, then you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under second schedule. That means they will give more punishment. They can remove you permanently. If you are punished only for imprisonment up to 6 months, you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under first schedule part 4. Sir, what if I am punished with imprisonment for more than 6 months, then I will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under second schedule. There I will have more punishment. And also we have one more clause here under part 4. If you are doing any such activity which brings a disrepute to the profession or institute. See, this is a residuary clause, I will say. That means if you have done something wrong, if it is not getting covered anywhere, what they will do, they will come and make you liable for misconduct here. Other misconduct they will bring you here. So this is something like an residuary clause where they have kept it. Like if you read it, if he does anything which brings a disrepute to the profession or the institute as a result of his action, whether or not related to his professional work, whether related to the professional work, whether not related to the professional work, if you are doing something which is bringing disrepute or bad name for the profession, you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. So as I have told, it is a kind of residuary clause. If you are not getting covered anywhere else, they will come and bring you here and make you liable for punishment. So this is what first schedule. Now we have second schedule. In the second schedule, we have 3 parts. In that part 3, we have already completed. If you are punished with imprisonment for more than 6 months, you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. Now we have part 1, where they are saying somewhere around some 10 clauses they are saying here, where you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if you are a chartered accountant in practice. Then we have part 2, where a chartered accountant in general, whether in service or practice, will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So we'll start with part 1. So what does part 1 say? Part 1, first point is confidentiality. So as we have just now seen in the introduction part, confidentiality is one of the fundamental principles. So if you are a chartered accountant in practice, as a part of your professional assignment, if you have secured any information from the client and if you go and disclose it, if you have breached the confidentiality, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That too under second schedule, more punishment you have to face. So that's what they say here. A chartered accountant will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he discloses the information acquired in the course of his professional engagement to any person other than his client, so engaging him without getting the consent of the client, or unless it is required by law. I told already, we have already seen it in the fundamental principle part. When you are permitted to disclose, then only you have to disclose. In all other circumstances, you have to maintain perfect confidentiality. If you are violating confidentiality, then if institute comes to know about it, they will make you guilty of professional misconduct. That too under second schedule, more punishment will be offered to you. See, if you see all these things here, these are all matters. If you see the activities given under part 1, these are all the matters which are breaking the trust of the people. So that's why they are offering more punishment. If you see all the clauses, when we read all the clauses, they are all related to those activities which are breaking the trust of the people on chartered accountants. That's why they are offering more punishment. So clause 1, confidentiality. Clause 2, certifying without verification. If you are certifying any document or financial statements without doing verification, without verifying, either you are verifying, if you are certifying some document, either you should have verified it, or your employees should have verified it, or some another practicing chartered accountant should have verified it. If none of them has verified and you have certified the financial statements or other document, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That means you are irresponsible there. So if he certifies or submits in his name or in the name of his firm a report of an examination of financial statements, unless such examination has been carried out by him or by his partner or an employee on his firm or some another practicing chartered accountant, someone should have verified it, then only you should have certified. If none of these people have verified but still you are certifying, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Under second schedule, more punishment. Third one, clause 3, if you are permitting your name to be used in connection with an estimate or earnings contingent upon future, which may lead to the belief that you are vouching for the accuracy. Sometimes the client will bring to you forecast. We will see it in the SAEs. There, sometimes we are required to work upon future financial information. Say, for example, the client is bringing the forecast, next year projection they are bringing you. They have asked you to sign that. So sometimes you might be required to give a report on future financial information, but you should not give your report in such a manner. You should not use your name or firm's name with prospective information in such a manner that it is giving a belief that you are vouching for accuracy. That means in your report, you should not say that this future financial information will happen exactly, or you are vouching for the accuracy. You are saying that this future financial information will happen in the future as it is. That kind of usage, if you are doing, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Why? Because we can't certify the future, right? That's why they have put this restriction. Sir, does that mean I should not get associated with the prospective financial information? No, you can get yourself associated, but make sure that you are not using your name in such a manner that it is vouching for accuracy. You should not let your name be used in such manner. You do the work regarding future financial information, but make sure that you are not vouching for accuracy. So how you can do that? That we will see it in the SAE. But whatever it is, if you are letting your name to be used in such a manner that you are vouching for accuracy of the forecast, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Next, fourth point, which says that if you are having a substantial interest, if you are expressing your opinion on financial statements of any business or enterprise in which either you or your firm or your partner in your firm is having a substantial interest. Any of you, either you, your firm, or any of your partner is having a substantial interest. That means you are having a financial interest there, self-interest threat is there, but still if you have expressed the opinion, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So here they bring some provisions regarding Companies Act and all. So I will try to tell you what are important here. Yeah, this one. These are the recent council decisions. Yeah, these are the recent council decisions where they have told that you can't accept the auditorship of college if you are acting as a part-time lecturer there. And also you can't accept the auditorship of a trust if his partner is either an employee or trustee of that respective trust. These are some recent council decisions which have been taken where they have prohibited some appointments. So what are they? If you are conducting auditor, if you are, just a minute. Right. So if you are conducting, if you are a part-time lecturer in a college, for that college you can't do auditor, you can't act as auditor. If your partner is an employee or trustee of a trust, for that you can't accept it as a, for that trust you can't become a auditor. And remaining provisions, some other provisions they have given, these are all related to the provisions of the Companies Act. Just 141 subsection 3 disqualifications, they will try to repeat it here, nothing much. Next after that, so this is what regarding clause 3, clause 4 we have completed. Right. So these 3 are something relating to my negligence. If I don't do the work properly, then also ICA will consider me as guilty of professional misconduct. So what are the activities which they have told us? Like if you see clause 5, there is a material fact which is known to you, which should have been disclosed in the financial statements. There is a material fact which should have been disclosed in the financial statements, but you have failed to disclose it. But disclosure of which is necessary in making such financial statements where he is concerned with that financial statements in a professional capacity. So which means that if you are failing to disclose a material fact, that means management is required to give some disclosure in the financial statements. It is very important. But management did not disclose it. You have to tell it now in your report. If you are also not disclosing that fact which should have been come in the financial statements, that means you have behaved negligently, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That means you did not fulfill your professional responsibilities properly. Then if you read clause 6, if you fail to report a material misstatement known to him in the financial statements, you are conducting audit of financial statements, you got to know that in that financial statements there is a material misstatement, but still you are not giving a modified opinion, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then clause 7 says, if you are exercising due diligence, if you did not do the work in a proper manner, if you behaved negligently, or if you are not exercising proper care while doing your duties, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And clause 8 is also relating to my professional work only. If you are failing to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, which is necessary for expression of opinion. For expressing opinion, you need evidence. But without obtaining sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, if you are expressing an opinion, or if you don't have if you don't have evidence, you should have given a disclaimer. So you don't have sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, you should have given disclaimer, but still you are giving some other opinion other than disclaimer of opinion, even without evidence, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So I will say here 5, 6, 7 and 8, all these 3 are related to my professional work. I think even clause number 9 also will fall under that category only. Like if you see here, fails to invite any attention to material departure from generally accepted procedure of audit. So you are supposed to follow from standards on audit. Say for example, SA 501, I am required to follow some procedures regarding inventory. I did not follow the procedures. I departed from the requirements of audit procedures of SA 501, but I did not invite anybody's attention in my audit report. So if you are failing to derive attention regarding any material departure from the generally accepted auditing principle, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So if you see here, all these 5 matters, 5 clauses are there which are relating to my professional responsibilities. Like if I fail to disclose a material fact which was not disclosed in the financial statements, if I am not reporting a material misstatement, if I behaved negligently, if I am expressing the opinion without getting information, or if I am failing to draw the attention to material departure from a generally accepted auditing procedure. And last clause which they say is, if you are not handling your client money. So if you are not properly handling your client money, which says that if the client has given you your money apart from your remuneration, not your fees, not your remuneration. If your client has paid you some money, which you have to use it for certain purposes, that money you have to keep it in a separate bank account and use it for the said purposes only. So if you see here, if you fail to keep the money of his client other than your fees or remuneration, or the money which is required to be expended in a separate bank account, or if you are using such money for the purpose for which they are intended within a reasonable time. So if the client has given, like for example, the client has given you some fees to do the investment, to go and invest it somewhere or something. So that is not your fees, that is client's money. He gave you for handling it. Now it is your responsibility to keep it in a separate bank account, and it is your responsibility to use it only for the dedicated purposes. If you are not keeping it in a separate bank account, or if you are misusing it for other purposes, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, sometimes client will give you money apart from the fees, but that money will be spent in a reasonably short period of time. Within a very short period of time, I will spend that money. Then it need not be kept in a separate bank account. So that they say here, money is received for expenses to be incurred. For example, payment of statutory fees, purchase of stamp paper, which are intended to be spent within a very reasonably short period of time, that need not be put in a separate bank account. Sir, but what is a reasonable short period of time? That all depends upon the facts and circumstances. So basically, these are all the clauses where a person will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under second schedule. And as you could see, all the clauses are relating to those activities which will break the trust of the people. That's why they offered more punishment for these activities. So what are they? Let us have a quick look. Clause 1, if you are breaching the confidentiality. Clause 2, if you are certifying without verification. Clause 3, if you are vouching for the accuracy of the future information. Clause 4, if you are expressing the opinion where you are having a substantial interest. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, my professional negligence, like non-disclosure of material fact, not reporting a material misstatement, I am grossly negligent, expressing the opinion without obtaining information, or I fail to draw the attention to material departure from the generally accepted auditing procedures, and I am not handling the client's money properly. And then we have part 2, which says a chartered accountant in general, whether in practice or service, will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So everybody will, whether in service or practice, for both they have covered it. So they have told here, if he contravenes the provisions of any of the act, regulations or guidelines. So if you are a chartered accountant, whether in practice or service, if you have violated any of the regulations, provisions of this act or guidelines issued by the council, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So samples have been given here, like what are the regulations which you have to comply and all. So any regulation, any act, any guideline you have violated, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And similarly, clause 2. Now clause 2 says that misuse of money once again. So if you come to the summary here, clause 2, sorry, confidentiality. Clause 2 we have regarding confidentiality. Sir, confidentiality we have already covered, no sir. But here under part 1 we have covered confidentiality only for chartered accountant in practice. Now here if they say confidentiality, they are specifically referring to chartered accountant in service. If you are not in practice, if you are an employee of some company, your employer's information also you should not get that, you should not disclose it to anybody outside of your employer. So that's why confidentiality breach also will make you professional misconduct. But this is talking from the employee's perspective. Why? Because for practicing chartered accountants, they have already covered it under part 1, clause 1. Then if you are providing false information, see one interesting point here. If you are not providing the information, if you are not submitting the information to the institute or regulatory authorities, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under clause 2 of part 3. You are providing the information, but if you are providing wrong information to the ICAI, then more severe punishment will be there for you. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under second schedule. So not providing information, part 3. Providing the information, but wrong information you are providing, wrong information you are providing, second schedule. If you don't provide the information, first schedule. Next, if you are defalcating or embezzling the money, if you are misusing the client's money, if you are misusing the money of your clients, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now you will say, sir, anyhow that they have covered it here. No, sir. Clause 10 they have covered. No. Once again, this is from the perspective of chartered accountants in practice. Here, defalcation or embezzlement, they are talking it from the perspective of chartered accountant in service. Even if you are a chartered accountant in service, you should not misuse your employer's money and all. You have to use it for the intended purposes. You should not do defalcation. You should not do embezzlement. So these are the 2 schedules, multiple clauses they have given, where they have told when a person will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, when a person will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct, under first schedule when, under second schedule when. So all this they have covered. So we have revised all of that. Okay, right. So now we have some council guidelines. See, in the council guidelines, I will tell you a few council guidelines which are important. See, networking guidelines is there, but for networking guidelines, I already have a dedicated video on my YouTube channel where I have explained in a very detailed manner regarding the networking guidelines. You can refer to that video on networking guidelines. So apart from the networking guidelines, what other things which are important here is maintenance of books of accounts. So every chartered accountant in practice must maintain the books of accounts. So what books of accounts they have to maintain? Cash book they have to maintain, and proper ledgers they have to maintain. See, why I am telling you this is very important. Sometimes they will ask a question. They will say that a chartered accountant is there. He's declaring his turnover did not exceed the limits as per the Income Tax Act. That's why he's not maintaining the books of accounts as per 44 AA. So is he guilty of misconduct? Yes. Why? Because he has violated council guideline. So irrespective of your turnover, irrespective of your applicability under other acts, every chartered accountant in practice must maintain one cash book and ledgers they have to maintain. Then also we have one council guideline regarding tax audit assignments. How many number of tax audits a chartered accountant in practice can do? So they told that a chartered accountant in practice can do 60 tax audit assignments. Per chartered accountant in practice, you will be eligible to do 60 tax audit assignments per practice for each practicing chartered accountant. Which means, say for example, if in a firm there are 10 practicing chartered accountants. Totally, how many tax audit assignments they can do? They can do 10 into 60, 600 tax audit assignments they can do it. And here, few more things to make you understand here. Few more technical points you have to understand here. See, when I say there is a firm in which there are, there is a firm in which there are 10 practicing chartered accountants. They can do total 600 audits, 600 tax audits. Now, all these 600 tax audits can be signed by one single partner also on behalf of the firm. There is no requirement that each partner should sign only 60, 60, 60. All the partners can sign, any one partner also can sign all the 600 tax audit reports on behalf of the firm. It is not a mandatory rule that every partner should sign 60, 60 only. No, one single partner on behalf of the entire firm can sign all the 60. Sometimes what will happen is a practicing chartered accountant can be a partner in multiple firms. A practicing chartered accountant can be a partner in multiple firms. Say, for example, he is partner in 3 firms. Will he get the limit of 60 in all the 3 firms? No. For all the firms and for all the individual practice put together, a limit of total 60 only will be counted. It is his choice how he wants to distribute. He will not get 60 limit for every entity wherever he is a partner. Next, however, if a partner is in employment, they say the specific point. Yeah. If a partner is a practicing chartered accountant, but he is a part-time practicing chartered accountant, the limit will not be counted for him. If there is a partner in your firm, but that partner is a not full-time practicing partner, he is only a part-time practicing partner, for him the limit of 60 will not be counted. Like, say, for example, if I have total of 10 partners, out of that 9 are only full-time partners, one is a part-time practicing chartered accountant who is a partner for me. For that one person, 60 will not be counted. Even though we have 10 partners, 9 into 60, only 540 tax audit assignments I can do. Okay, next. Company audit assignments. See, when it comes to company audit assignments and all, so they have told 30. All the same rules, whatever they have told for the tax audit, same thing will apply here. But instead of 60 limit, they say that when it comes to company audit assignments, they have told the limit of 30 audit assignments for each practicing chartered accountant. However, in that limit of 30, what will not be counted is one-person company and dormant companies will not be counted. That means for one-person company and dormant company, any number of audits I can do. Apart from one-person company or dormant company, maximum a practicing chartered accountant can do 30 company audit assignments. And whatever we have discussed for the tax audit rules, calculations and all, everything will become as it is applicable here also. Next. Okay, so this one point also I will try to clarify here. See, if you are acting as a statutory auditor of these entities, which entities? If you are acting as auditor of a PSU company, if you are acting as auditor of government company, or if you are acting as auditor of listed company or any other public company having a turnover of 50 crores or more. So if you are conducting audit of this company, apart from audit, can I perform other services? Yes, you can perform other services if they are not falling under section 144 services. See, section 144 is prohibited services, right? So apart from section 144 services, so say for example, there is a company X Limited. For this company, you are acting as a company auditor. For this company, you can't provide section 144 prohibited services, you can't provide. So apart from that, along with doing company audit, can I provide other services? Yes, you can provide other services. But here council guidelines has put one rule. What rule they have put is whatever fees you are collecting for audit assignments. So let me put it here. For company audit, for providing the company audit, if I am charging 10 lakh rupees of audit fees, but I am providing other services, say for example, I am providing some 4 other services apart from company audit, which are not covered under section 144. For service 1, I am charging 2 lakh rupees. For service 2, I am charging 3 lakh rupees. For service 3, I am charging another 3 lakhs. For service 4 also, I am charging 3 lakhs. Now they say that I will be guilty of professional misconduct. Why? Because whatever fees I am charging for other than company audit is 11 lakh rupees, whereas the fees for my statutory audit is only 10 lakh rupees. So here I will be deemed to be guilty. Here I have violated the council guideline. So what exactly they are trying to say here is, if you are accepting only for these companies, this rule will become applicable. So if you are conducting audit of other above companies, if you want to accept any work or assignment or service in regard to same undertaking on a remuneration which in total exceeds a fee payable for statutory audit, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then you have violated the council guideline. That means for the company for which you are rendering the company audit services, if you want to render other services, do it. But the maximum fees, the fees for that other services cannot exceed my statutory audit fees. Able to understand? And yeah, this is what they try to say there. This is one thing you have to remember. Is there anything else? Auditing guidelines and all we know. I have told networking guidelines. I have a detailed video that you can refer to it. Apart from that, CA logo. This is the new CA logo. This logo only you have to use. Yeah, corporate form of practice. See, I told that generally people cannot incorporate companies for the purpose of carrying out practice, right? But ICA has given one exception. What they told is, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you can become a managing director or whole-time director of the company. Generally, you can only become normal director. If you want to become a managing director or whole-time director, you need specific permission of ICA. But what ICA has told is, as a chartered accountant in practice, without obtaining any permission, you can become a managing director or whole-time director in such a company which was incorporated only to provide the management consultancy services. Only to provide management consultancy services. In the intro part, I have told you, right, what will fall under management consultancy services. The list is very lengthy, So if you are incorporating the company only for the purpose of providing management consultancy services, in that company, you can become a managing director, you can become a whole-time director without any objection. Or say, for example, 4 chartered accountants are there. These 4 chartered accountants incorporated a company ABCD Private Limited, and in the name of that ABCD Private Limited, they want to provide only management consultancy services. Is this permitted? Yes, this is permitted. So, corporate form of practice is allowed only for those companies which are providing management consultancy services. You can't say we will incorporate the company and start providing tax audit services, income tax services, or statutory audit services. For that, you can't incorporate the company, but you can incorporate the company exclusively for the purpose of providing management consultancy services. And one more thing here, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are a managing director or whole-time director in some company, if you are a managing director or whole-time director in a company which is providing management consultancy services, in addition to that, you can also hold certificate of practice. You can practice either in your individual name, or even you can also become a partner in any of the practicing partnership firm. You can do both. You can also be a managing director or whole-time director in this company which is providing management consultancy services, and also you can hold the COP, either practice in your individual name, or even you can also become a partner in a audit firm. So this kind of corporate form of practice is allowed. Okay, right. So that's all regarding this chapter, everyone. So I think we have covered all the major provisions from the professional ethics. Here and there, a few things are left out that you can quickly go through it, but this is where mainly the questions are going to come from. So you have to be very careful about it. And one more small thing I would like to add here. Previously, I was telling that fees limit, Previously, I was telling that fees limit, right? If you want to provide other services apart from audit, you can do that other services also. But I told that fees for other services should not exceed, right? But however, while calculating that fees for other works, you should not include audit conducted under any other statute, certification work required to be done by the statutory auditors, or any representation before an authority. The fees for these services should not be counted. We calculated that limit, right? So what I was referring is this example. This example I told you, So what they are telling is, this one last example I will do. Why? Because here the chances of MCQs or questions are there. So this one example I will do. Say for example, there is a practicing chartered accountant, okay? Now, he is conducting audit of one PSU. Audit, statutory audit he is doing, for which audit fees is 10 lakh rupees. Now he is providing some management consultancy services. Apart from audit, he is providing some management consultancy services, for which he is charging 2 lakh rupees. He is also providing another management consultancy service too, for which he is charging 5 lakh rupees. He is also doing tax audit. For which he is charging 4 lakh rupees of fees. Now you tell me, did he violate council guideline? What does the council guideline say? If you are providing any other services, the fees which you are charging should not exceed my audit fees. See here, what is the fees I am charging for other works? Practically speaking, for all other works, I am charging somewhere around 11 lakhs, but I should not consider it as 11 lakhs. Here I have to consider it as 7 lakhs. Why? Because in the council guideline, they have told that when calculating this other works, when considering this other works, when calculating the fees for other works, you should not include in them audit under any other statute like tax audit or certification work. Say for example, in the same example, this auditor is not doing tax audit, he is doing some certification work. Even that also should not be counted. Or any representation before any tax authorities. Say for example, apart from acting as an auditor, he representing the case before the income tax department for which he charged 4 lakh rupees. That also should not be considered. So in the definition of other works, you should not include audit conducted under any other statute, certification work which is done by the statutory auditors, or any representation made before any authority. These things should not be included while calculating the fees for that other services. Right. So, okay guys, that will be for today. So today we have done quality control and professional ethics. Yeah, so we have made a good progress here. See, many students have been asking me for NBFC audit and the PSU audits and all. Don't worry, NBFC audit, bank audit, I will do a summary revision, guys. Don't worry about it. We are going in a flow. We'll do it. We'll do it. NBFC audit and bank audit. This time I will try to. I'm trying to working on some summary where I can see. Actually, NBFC and bank audit might not be fit for revision, but I'm working out on something where even I can revise the bank audit and NBFC audit. So I will do some kind of revision for that. You need not worry about it. So we'll do it. I will do it. I'm watching you. I'm watching your comments. I will consider your request. Definitely will get it done. Okay. Right. So that's all for today, everyone. So we'll see you tomorrow again with the live. Okay. Take care. Bye.